I'm the highest civilization in the universe. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Fist Showdown. Xiang Fen's mouth continuously spewed out wind blades, and his head turned slightly, which allowed the hurricane to change direction freely. The wind blades blew the buildings, just like using a hairdryer to blow the dust on the ground. Wherever it was aimed, that area would be blown away directly. In just a few turns, 1/3 of the building area no longer existed, including those ancient areas of Gabby. Gabby's figure slowly stood up and looked at Xiang Fei intently. Before he could do anything, there was a muffled boom in the sky, as if a flash of lightning passed over his head. Li Ming and Gabby jumped to avoid it, and the brick and tile building they had just stopped at suddenly exploded and turned into fragments. Zanzan's figure appeared on the ruins of the building, and his right hand continued to hold the spear, and arcs of electricity were jumping around him. Gabby's figure flipped and landed on the top of another building. He squatted and faced Zanzan. He raised his head slightly, looked at him coldly, and whispered, "It's Zanzan. It's been a long time." Zanzan looked serious and looked at Gabby with cold eyes. "I don't like this violent opening. Do you want to sit down and talk, Zanzan?" Gabby said jokingly with a relaxed attitude. Zanzan ignored him and looked at Li Ming with his eyes, saying, "I came here for a mission today. Let's put aside the fight between you and me for now." As he was talking, there was a loud boom on the hill in the distance. Smoke, dust, and sand exploded on the top of the mountain. Two figures jumped out of it and confronted each other in the air. These two people were Xiang Fei and Cheng Simu. Seeing this scene, Gabby's face suddenly became serious. His eyes turned back to Zanzan and became fierce. He stood up slowly and said in a cold voice, "It seems that this is the prelude to the outbreak of war. Although I don't like it very much. But, it's my duty." As he spoke, he raised his right hand slightly, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword body was also jumping with arcs, which was extremely weird. This move forced Zanzan to turn his eyes back to Gabby. The two looked at each other, and the battle was about to break out. But at this moment, two figures slowly fell from the sky. They were Reynolds and Sterius. As soon as these two appeared, they looked directly at Li Ming. Li Ming also raised his head slightly and looked at the two people. They were familiar faces, but his face changed immediately after looking at each other. Gabby also noticed the two people in the air. He did not move his body, glanced back slightly, and turned back to Li Ming, frowning slightly. "You go first, leave this to me." Gabby looked at Li Ming and said coldly. Li Ming did not move, and looked back at Gabby, and replied, "Is it because I have mastered the method to enter the Jiwei land?" Li Ming's sudden question made Gabby startled, but soon Gabby smiled and replied, "No, this is my duty." While speaking, Gabby suddenly waved his arm, and the long sword drew an arc with his arm, and the white light of the sword energy flew out, and went straight to Zanzan. The sword energy is the sword wave formed by energy, and its power is naturally extraordinary. Zanzan waved his right hand, and the long spear stretched out straight. The spear blade and the sword energy collided with each other in an instant, and a muffled sound of bang was heard. The two energies collided and exploded, and the buzzing sound quickly dispersed from the energy explosion point. Looking at the ripples, Li Ming's figure couldn't help but shrink back slightly. The ripples of energy dissipated little by little in the air. Although no powerful celestial phenomena occurred, the density of this energy could still be felt. Li Ming turned his eyes, but had no intention of taking action. Li Ming was very clear about the current situation. He was the one who controlled the entry into the Jiwei land, and the dispute between these people was nothing more than this, so Li Ming was not in a position to choose a side. At this time, Gabby immediately looked at the two people in the air again, and flew towards Sterius. At the moment when Gabby flew, a residual image remained in the original place. Gabby came to the front of Sterius in a flash, with a long sword across his chest, aiming at his neck and cutting directly. Sterius's face changed, and he clenched his fists, crossed his arms, and blocked his chest in an X shape. Black aura emerged from the crossed arms, and a muffled bang sounded, and Gabby's long sword directly slashed horizontally on it. The white arc of the long sword and the black smoke instantly intertwined, and the sound of crackling was endless. At this moment, Reynolds, who was not far away, suddenly waved his right hand, and a golden arc flew out of his hand, and the electric light was like a sudden lightning in the dark clouds. With a loud rumble, lightning exploded beside Gabby, but did not hit Gabby. It was the afterimage that blocked the attack for Gabby. The afterimage was like Gabby's clone, but it was just a transparent outline, like a human figure made of transparent water. Under the thunder, the transparent afterimage waved the sword to resist the lightning, but at this time Zinzang jumped up and stabbed out with the spear again, heading straight for Gabby's back. Gabby was still confronting Sterius at this time. Sensing Zinzang behind him, he exerted force on his hands, and with the help of the force, he turned over and rushed towards Zinzang. It seemed that Gabby had left Sterius, but another transparent phantom remained in place, and Gabby's real body had already swung the sword to cut Zinzang. Bang! The long sword and the long spear collided with each other, and the heart-shaking sound echoed in his mind. Li Ming saw all this, frowned slightly, and turned his eyes left and right. With his wisdom, he had already seen the doorway of Gabby's ability. Gabby can release two afterimages, and the real body can switch back and forth between the two afterimages. In short, the location of each afterimage is very likely to be the location of Gabby's real body. In this case, Gabby can complete the scene of one against many, but this ability also exposes many flaws under the wisdom eye. Each afterimage may be the real body. Therefore, once the afterimage is attacked, the real body will also be damaged, which increases the risk of fighting with multiple advanced civilizations at the same time. This ability comes from the Power civilization, and is also a tribal branch of the Power civilization. After several conversions, Gabby has shown signs of fatigue, and it is already very difficult to deal with it. Despite this, Gabby did not forget to look at Li Ming a few more times while dealing with it. I can't hold on for long. If you don't plan to leave, then there may be only. When he said this, Gabby suddenly paused. Obviously, it was not appropriate to be distracted at this time. Sterius saw this opportunity and launched a fierce counterattack with his fists. The attack of the fist was not unfamiliar. Li Ming had experienced it before. It was not only powerful, but also extremely fast. Under such a strong attack, not to mention the afterimage, even Gabby's real body did not dare to take it head on, but once suppressed by this fist, it would be very difficult to get away. The afterimage kept swinging the long sword to block, and it was already going all out. After a few seconds, there was a muffled sound of bang, and the entire afterimage broke apart, just like a ball of water being broken. As the afterimage broke, Gabby couldn't help but cover his chest with a look of pain on his face, but he still had to continue to deal with Zinzang in front of him. At the moment, he could only endure the pain and swing the sword to fight, and he was inevitably at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Hehe. Sterius sneered, turned his eyes, and looked at Gabby's real body again, and Li Ming had slowly clenched his fist at this moment. Sterius and Reynolds were both Li Ming's previous opponents. When they met here, Li Ming naturally made some acquaintances with the past. Sterius opened his mouth and shouted, raised his right fist, and smashed it directly behind Gabby. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed out, and a huge fist also hit Sterius. Bang! The two fists collided instantly. One side was Sterius' black aura, and the other side was a phantom white fist. The person who came was Doll's fist. I'm very happy with this kind of duel. Dolls looked at Sterius coldly, and the two of them soon met eyes. Sterius frowned slightly, and was also a little shocked by Doll's strength. Li Ming couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. After all, when Li Ming and Zhang Fei dueled before, it was Doll's punch that separated the battlefield. Fist against fist, so it was the most suitable. Chapter 427, Repel the Enemy. At this time, the battle situation has become clear. Zinzang will be dealt with by Gabby, Sterius will be dealt with by Dolls, and even Zhang Fei who is far away will be dealt with by Cheng Simu. The strength of these people is basically 50 to 50, and it is difficult to tell the winner. But only Li Ming and Reynolds were left alone. This made Li Ming's attention stop on the other party. When Li Ming looked at him, Reynolds was shocked at first, but he immediately snorted and didn't care. After Li Ming looked at the battle situation, He said to himself, no matter whether the Triangulum Galaxy and the Andromeda Galaxy have any intentions towards me, it's time to resolve my grievances with him. Although Li Ming and Gabby had a good chat before, it was just a chat between the two of them after all. Once it escalates to a higher level of battle, Li Ming still has to try to avoid being involved in the conflict. The previous example was when the Milky Way joined the Huai Alliance. In the eyes of these major forces, outsiders like Li Ming are likely to become victims at any time. That's why Li Ming didn't want to intervene in their fight, but it was different between Li Ming and Reynolds and Sturius. This kind of personal grudge must be resolved as long as there is a chance. Thinking this in his mind, Li Ming's figure suddenly shook and disappeared on the spot. Reynolds had been paying attention to Li Ming's position. When he saw Li Ming suddenly disappear, his eyes widened. Just when he was about to do something, a white light flashed in front of his eyes. Li Ming's lightsaber had already slashed towards him. Reynolds was shocked. He suddenly exerted force with both arms. White arcs jumped around his body and formed a lightning armor. With a kai-kai sound, the lightsaber slashed on the armor. The two energies collided with each other. The lightsaber could not directly break the armor, but could only consume each other. Seeing that Li Ming's lightsaber could not do anything to his armor, Reynolds smiled lightly and suddenly swung his right hand and grabbed Li Ming's chest. Li Ming stepped back and avoided the attack. Hehe. The first interval is the first interval. Your energy usage is totally different from mine, Reynolds said proudly. Li Ming was naturally aware of this. Once energy crosses the interval, its usage will undergo a qualitative change. But Li Ming was calm and smiled, saying, but this does not affect my killing you, Reynolds. Huh. Upon hearing this, Reynolds suddenly became cautious, looking Li Ming up and down, and whispered, another elemental summoning? After the last battle, Reynolds was already very afraid of Li Ming's elemental summoning, so he said so. Li Ming did not respond to the other party, but Li Ming had no intention of using that ability. Elemental summoning would consume the original energy. Li Ming would not use it easily, unless it was necessary. He raised his right hand gently, and the lightsaber in his hand suddenly flashed. The light became brighter, and at the same time, a weak arc began to jump on the surface. The blue halo overflowed from Li Ming's body surface little by little. This blue halo was the ability of Wukong, energy control. Reynolds looked at the blue light on Li Ming's body and frowned. Reynolds had never seen Wukong's ability before, so he could not recognize it at the moment, but he did not care much about what tricks Li Ming used. HMPH. He snorted coldly and rushed towards Li Ming. Li Ming's stern face suddenly darkened, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he was ready to kill. He clenched his right hand tightly and rushed forward. The lightsaber swung and slashed, heading straight for Reynolds' face. Although Reynolds was very confident in his lightning armor, he subconsciously blocked it with his right hand, and at the same time, he stretched out his left hand to grab Li Ming. Before Reynolds' left hand stretched out, Li Ming's lightsaber had already slashed on his right arm. At this moment, the lightsaber flashed with blue light. Under the effect of the blue light, the lightning armor on Reynolds' body suddenly weakened a little bit, and the lightsaber with blue light was like a sharp weapon slashing on the soil, going down without any pause. Reynolds saw this scene, and his eyes widened a little. Snap. A light sound was heard, and after the lightsaber passed, Reynolds' arm was directly cut off, and fell to the ground. And Li Ming's figure also passed by him. Reynolds endured the severe pain, and held his arm with an extremely ugly face. He endured the pain, and beads of sweat the size of beans soon flowed down from his forehead. What's going on? Reynolds looked at Li Ming in disbelief. Li Ming was satisfied at this moment, and after a light smile, he whispered, sure enough, under the interference of energy control, the lightning armor has no effect. Reynolds is an elemental combat method in the intelligent civilization. The armor with energy attributes itself is the most important means of defense and the most important means of attack. Once there is no advantage in attack, and the defense cannot resist the opponent's attack, then Reynolds' situation is extremely dangerous. Li Ming clenched the lightsaber, smiled slightly, and said, the next strike will end your life, Mr. Reynolds. Reynolds' figure trembled slightly when he heard this, as if he had been sentenced to death. He held the wound on his right arm with his left hand, and blood dripped from the gaps between his fingertips. At this time, He no longer had the idea of continuing to fight. He suddenly turned around and ran away, intending to escape. Li Ming hummed softly and said in his heart, "Instant light slash." A white light flashed, and Reynolds, who was about to escape, suddenly stopped in place. The lightsaber cut through his body, and the whole person immediately split into two and fell to the ground. Li Ming's move was also seen by others, and the battle over there suddenly stopped. These people couldn't help but look at Li Ming. Obviously, a 1.4 level civilization cannot determine the winner in a battle with a civilization of the same level. Li Ming, a 1.3 level civilization, actually killed Reynolds in 2 rounds, which naturally shocked everyone. Li Ming naturally noticed the expressions of these people, but Li Ming did not care. Instead, he looked directly at Sterius and said, "Sterius, Cottrell should have come to this Sprague star, right? I miss him very much." Sterius's face changed slightly, and his ferocious face was full of anger. His mouth trembled slightly, and he could not say a word. Zanzan looked at Li Ming, and then at Sterius. He was not clear about the entanglement between them, but it was obvious that the current situation was very bad. Sterius had no intention of fighting. His figure gradually drifted away from the battle. After looking at Li Ming fiercely again, he flew away directly. Seeing this, Zanzan did not dare to stay any longer. He moved and fled to a distance. The two knew very well that, if they continued to stalemate, they would probably die here like Reynolds, so escaping was the best choice. Li Ming naturally had no intention of pursuing. As long as he was still on this planet, Li Ming still had a chance, so there was no need to rush at the moment. Xiang Fei, who was far away, noticed the battle situation here, and immediately withdrew his hands, and fled from here as well. Watching these people flee, Gabby breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Li Ming with both eyes, gave Li Ming a thumbs up, and smiled slightly. Li Ming also smiled back in agreement and didn't care, but at this moment, a first level civilization personnel suddenly flew in here, came directly to Gabby's side, and whispered something in his ear. Li Ming just took a rough look and immediately knew the content of the first level civilization report, but just frowned slightly and didn't care. After listening to what the first level civilization said, Gabby immediately nodded, turned around and looked at Li Ming, smiled and said, "I need to deal with the headquarters meeting. Li Ming, you go back to your residence first." After speaking, Gabby turned around and left quickly. Li Ming nodded slightly, but didn't say a word. Watching Gabby leave, his eyes looked at Dulcie again, and Li Ming turned around and flew directly to his residence. A separate building. Li Ming sat in the room and began to think in his mind. Although he was in the Andromeda galaxy, the other party was not anxious to ask him for the method to enter the GUI land, nor did he monitor him. This was indeed a bit strange. According to Li Ming's understanding, the other party should be very eager to know the method to enter the GUI land immediately, but why was there no movement? Chapter 428, the target of public criticism. Sitting alone in the room, closing his eyes to rest, Li Ming did not think much about the matter of GUI land. What he recalled in his mind was his new ability, energy control and energy conversion. Just as Li Ming was meditating, a figure was walking towards him outside the room. It was Gabby. Li Ming's powerful mental power was the first to discover the other party. According to the information Li Ming had obtained from the brain of the first level civilization, Gabby was indeed going to have a video conference with the headquarters of the Andromeda galaxy. But he did not expect that the meeting would end after such a short while. Li Ming opened his eyes slightly, and he had made plans in his mind. Since he came to find him, it must be related to him. A moment later, Gabby flashed out of the portal and came to Li Ming's room. As soon as he saw the other party appear, Li Ming immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile, saying, "What? The matter of the headquarters is over so quickly?" Gabby smiled lightly, came to sit directly opposite Li Ming, and said, "I'm just a tourist, and I'm really not suitable to work in this base, but since I'm in this position now, there are some things I have to do." Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and his wisdom ability was activated. At the same time, his figure sat back in his original position. Li Ming said nothing, just looked at the other party quietly. After hesitating for a while, Gabby continued, "The information about you has been told to me very clearly by the top management. Although you are not affiliated with the three major star systems, the matter at hand is closely related to you, so I have to find you. The smile on Li Ming's face gradually faded, and his eyes looking at the other party became cautious. Gabby didn't care, as if he didn't see the change in Li Ming's expression, and continued. Now the three major star systems already know that you have mastered the method to enter the GUI land. The people from the Triangulum Galaxy just came here just for you. This, I know. Li Ming replied immediately. Gabby nodded slightly and continued. Before the battle just now, the Triangulum Galaxy had blocked all the paths to this base, so no reinforcement arrived immediately when we were attacked. Not only that, even Lord Xuanfang who came here was captured by the illusion of the Triangulum Galaxy, Gabby said. His tone was also flat, and Li Ming also vaguely sensed what he said through the passive ability of his wisdom eye. Because of the difference in energy range, Li Ming could not perceive deeper information, but Li Ming could still sense some of the other party's words and the information in his mind when he spoke. What the other party said and thought was basically true, but Li Ming just listened quietly, without much expression, and did not say much. At this time, when Gabby mentioned the name Huanayu, his expression suddenly became solemn, and he said, Binxi Huanayu is the strongest combat force in the second zone of the Triangulum Galaxy, with a level 1.6 civilization. Xuanfang was captured by him, so it is natural that he is no exception. But now, if you want to exchange Xuanfang back, you can only. At the end, Gabby's eyes turned to Li Ming. As soon as he received the other party's eyes, Li Ming immediately understood, and his face changed instantly. His serious expression gradually turned cold, and he said, the only way is to exchange Xuanfang back with me. Hearing Li Ming's answer, Gabby was shocked. His expression was stiff for a few seconds, and then he laughed a few times, nodded, and said, if it's just like this, it's okay. Li Ming's face changed again, and his eyes looked at the other party coldly, still without saying a word. Gabby then stood up and said, according to the commands Lady Kanghuan, you are required to provide a method to enter the GUI land first, and then use this method to exchange Xuanfang with you. Gabby said it very openly. Li Ming was solemn at first, but when he saw the other party's sudden enlightenment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Although he was smiling, Li Ming was full of anger in his heart, but he did not show it obviously. Gabby then took a deep breath and continued, Lady Kanghuan's meaning is very clear, but this is beyond my duty. At this point, Gabby shook his head slightly and sighed. Li Ming looked at the other party, his expression was calm, and he said nothing. Just as Li Ming had guessed before, his situation was nothing more than an existence that could be abandoned at any time. His current value was that he had mastered the method to enter the GUI land. Looking at Gabby, Li Ming secretly tensed up his nerves. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke meaningfully, so, what are you going to do? Gabby rolled his eyes and looked at Li Ming solemnly, but after staring at Li Ming for a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head and chuckled, saying, I don't have any plans, but I believe that this matter will not be left unresolved. Even if I do nothing, your situation will not be too good. I have seen your strength, but the high-level officials of the Andromeda Galaxy are not as simple as you think. Even if you have some means, as long as they want to deal with you, you can't escape. Gabby continued. Li Ming listened carefully, and at the same time, his tense expression slowly relaxed. From his wise eyes, Gabby really didn't have too many thoughts about Li Ming. Everything was just the intention of the high-level officials above him. Li Ming relaxed slightly, smiled lightly, and said, so, you are going to let me go? Gabby did not comment, but sighed. The feud between the Andromeda Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy has been going on for a long time. This time, the GUI light is just a fuse, and you are just a small chess piece in this game. What's more, you also know how to enter the GUI light. It may be difficult to get out. Li Ming heard the intention of these words. Li Ming is now riding a tiger, and it is difficult to get off. No matter from which angle, the three galaxies will not let Li Ming go. This is also the embarrassment of Li Ming's current situation, because if he is not careful, he may die here. Seeing Li Ming's hesitation, Gabby slowly stood up and said, that's all I can tell you. As for what will happen next, I can't guarantee it. Li Ming looked up at him and after some thought, he replied, "Hearing what you said, I don't think I have any reason to refuse you." Gabby paused, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "If you want to leave this base, no one can stop you with your means, but what should you do after you leave? Whether it is on Sprag, or in the space of Sprag, there are troops and spacecraft from the 3 major galaxies. The chance of your escape is very small." Gabby continued. Li Ming naturally agreed with this statement. In the current situation, Li Ming did not have many choices. After thinking for a while, Li Ming thought of something. After hesitating for a while, he said, "It's not difficult to agree to your deal, but I have to talk to your superiors directly, because there are many things that I'm afraid you can't make the decision." Hearing Li Ming's decision, Gabby smiled slightly and said, "I have no interest in this kind of thing, but if you need it, I can take you to see Lady Kang Huan." Li Ming then stood up, looking at the window of the room with his eyes, staring out for a few seconds, and replied, "Then I can only gamble." Li Ming already had a plan in his mind. Preserving himself was Li Ming's most important goal now. As for the others, it didn't matter. Meeting with the high-level officials of the Andromeda Galaxy would naturally allow Li Ming to have a preliminary understanding of their strength. At Li Ming's request, Gabby arranged a spaceship for Li Ming to go to the Andromeda Galaxy to meet with the high-level officials. The base here could only be temporarily handed over to Dals and Qingximu. Taking the spaceship of the base, Li Ming went straight to the headquarters of the Andromeda Galaxy on the planet Sprag. On the spaceship, Li Ming kept thinking about his plan, because his current situation was very different from before. The difference in civilization level limited the use of Li Ming's wisdom eye, which also made Li Ming lose a lot of important information. Without the ability to detect information with wisdom eyes, Li Ming had to be extra careful in his words and deeds to avoid accidents. Chapter 429 Negotiation. A vast construction area soon appeared in front of him. There were so many buildings here that he couldn't even see the end at a glance. But from the surface, the types of buildings in the construction area can be roughly divided into 3 categories, that is, 3 areas. Li Ming didn't know why this classification was made, but he was also surprised by the architectural style. The construction area that Li Ming entered was a building with silver light flashing. The buildings here were different from the past. They were all square, like a pyramid. There were constantly flying aircraft in the air, and there were various transportation facilities on the ground, but these equipment were all heavily equipped with weapons, without a trace of residents. It was normal to think about it. On this Sprag star, it existed to compete for easy energy, so the existence of military facilities was natural. Li Ming just looked at these buildings roughly, but he was still thinking about the upcoming negotiations in his heart. After a while, the spacecraft stopped steadily in the air, and a square building appeared in front of him. The whole building was flashing silver, and there was a portal. A few seconds later, a blue beam of light extended outward from the portal, penetrating the spaceship, and reaching the main cabin directly, as if the portal had reached the main cabin. Gabby glanced at the portal, crossed his arms, winked at Li Ming, and said, "I'm not used to dealing with those high-level people, so I won't go in. If you need me, I'll wait for you here." Li Ming glanced at Gabby, then walked quickly towards the portal. A flash of light appeared, and Li Ming's figure reappeared in a wide hall. The hall was magnificent and the energy was strong, making people feel comfortable. In the middle of the hall sat 2 people. One was Zhu and Fang's boss Tizun, and the other was a woman with a gentle aura and a graceful figure like a venomous snake. The woman was dressed in red and yellow clothes, with snow-white skin, like a snowman, with a bunch of red flowers on her head, and a charming face. Her facial features were completely different from those of humans, even from Tizun. This person was the Commander Kang Huan. As soon as Li Ming entered the hall, he sensed the powerful aura of the 2. Tizun was a 1.5 level civilization, while Kang Huan was a 1.6 level civilization. The 2 could be said to be the backbone of the second interval. After walking 4 or 5 meters away from the 2, Li Ming's footsteps had already stopped. He looked at the 2 with his eyes and said nothing. Kang Huan just glanced at Li Ming intentionally or unintentionally, then turned his eyes to Tizun and said, "You should tell me. I don't like to communicate with outsiders." Tizun also looked back at Kang Huan, and then looked at Li Ming again. After hesitating for a while, he said, you should tell me the method to enter the GUI land first. Li Ming was stunned when he heard this and did not respond immediately. Before coming here, Li Ming had already prepared himself mentally. When he came into contact with the top, he would definitely be asked this question, but Li Ming did not expect to be asked this question as soon as they met. However, Li Ming had already thought of a countermeasure. After hesitating for a few seconds, he replied, the method to enter the GUI land is not difficult. But let me tell you, what benefits can I get? Hearing the word benefits, Kayang Huan's eyes suddenly widened a little, and her eyes turned slightly, and her gloomy eyes were full of displeasure. Tison also looked at Li Ming with a sharp gaze and said coldly, benefits? Are you bargaining with us? Li Ming smiled slightly and continued, the GUI light in the GUI land is released by Yi energy. This energy will directly erode the spirits of all creatures. To resist this energy, you must gather 3 special energies and then synthesize a new energy body. Whoever can control the new energy body can use the energy to resist the invasion of GUI light. This is the method to enter the GUI land. Even if I tell you, can you synthesize a new energy body? Is there a suitable person who can enter it? Li Ming continued. Hearing this, Kayang Huan's face suddenly changed, and her eyes turned to Tison on the side. This is indeed a big question, because the two of them don't know much about the GUI light, so it is difficult to distinguish the truth from the falsehood of Li Ming's words. And Zuan Fang, who has spiritual power, was captured by the people of the Triangulum Galaxy, so it is a bit tricky at the moment. Tison also frowned slightly, hesitating for a long time, not knowing what to do. And this scene is exactly what Li Ming wants to see. He opened his mouth and continued, and I happen to be able to synthesize new energy, and I can also select the most suitable person to enter the GUI land. Even if Bendine is alive, he can't do this. In his words, Li Ming revealed great confidence, and this confidence even made it impossible for people to doubt it. Kayang Huan looked at Li Ming again and said, it's really hard to believe what you said. Li Ming also knew that the other party would ask this question. He smiled lightly and said, aren't you planning to hand me over to the Triangulum Galaxy? I have a suggestion. After meeting the top leaders of the Triangulum Galaxy, you provide the necessary materials and I will refine them. As long as you synthesize new energy, you can select people in person to go to GUI for testing. After Li Ming said this, he suddenly paused, his eyes turned slightly, he hesitated for a moment, and then continued, once the test results are out, you will know whether it is true or not. Kayang Huan nodded slightly after hearing this proposal, but Tison turned his eyes, snorted, and said, we use you to exchange hostages, and you synthesize new energy for us. The key is that you are not a member of our Andromeda Galaxy. This kind of thing sounds weird. What Tison said hit the nail on the head, because Li Ming's words were beneficial to both the Andromeda Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy, but they were of no benefit to Li Ming. This kind of thing doesn't make sense from any aspect. At this time, Kayang Huan also nodded slightly, and looked at Li Ming again. Facing the gazes of the two, Li Ming smiled slightly and said, have you forgotten? I just said it when I got here. What benefits can I get? When Li Ming said it again, Tison and Kayang Huan seemed to recall that the first question Li Ming asked when he just entered here was what benefits he could get. Now that Li Ming mentioned it, it was no longer the same feeling as before. Because from Li Ming's words, he said too much about the benefits of the Andromeda Galaxy. It not only provides new energy to enter the GUI land, but also can be exchanged for Zuan Fang. It is very worthwhile to exchange a person who has nothing to do with this clan. After comprehensive consideration, Kayang Huan suddenly spoke and asked, then, what benefits do you plan to get? As soon as this sentence came out, the stone hanging in Li Ming's heart finally fell, which showed that Li Ming's negotiation had taken the first step towards success. She paused, her eyes sank slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she said, a Ringsu. Ringsu? Hehe. Kayang Huan laughed, shook her head and sighed slightly. In the laughter, she looked at Tison beside her. Although Tison didn't have much expression, he also showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, I won't say much about the rarity of Ringsu. You should have reached the current level of civilization, and you should have known very well that kind of thing, it's hard to find it. Your request is too much. Ringsu is definitely rare. After all, this thing is a material for the advancement of the interval. In short, it is also an item for the achievement of the god of war. A 1.3 level civilization can leap to a 1.6 level civilization, and from an inconspicuous first interval, it can suddenly become the top existence of the second interval. This kind of thing is not something that can be traded. Of course, how could Li Ming not know this? The reason why Li Ming said this was because of Li Ming's next bet. Seeing the smiles on the two people's faces gradually disappearing, Li Ming still said seriously, "It's okay if you don't have Ringsu, then provide me with the following materials." As he spoke, Li Ming raised his right hand lightly, and a metal capsule on his right arm suddenly lit up. As his arm waved, the metal capsule decomposed and scattered in the air, and a screen with metal edges on the four corners and the rest of the light was blue. Chapter 430, Mutation. Blue light interweaves, and 5 materials have emerged on the screen. Li Ming wants to bet on these 5 materials, because Li Ming has mastered the method of synthesizing Ringsu, but the materials have not been collected. The 5 materials at present are the 5 materials used to synthesize Ringsu. Currently, only 2 people know the synthesis formula and method of Ringsu. One is Cottrell, and the other is Li Ming himself, and Li Ming also believes that there will be no third person in the world who knows it. If no one knows the method, then these materials are rare, but they are not as rare as Ringsu. Therefore, Li Ming first proposed to ask for Ringsu, knowing that the other party would not agree, and then proposed to ask for these 5 materials. As long as the other party compares these 5 materials with the previously proposed Ringsu, the result will be obvious. Looking at the list of materials that Li Ming showed, there are not many, only 5, but these 5 also made Tyson frown. Li Ming knew in his heart that these 5 materials were also extremely rare, but compared with directly taking out one Ringsu, it was still a different feeling. Kang Huan looked at these materials with a relatively calm expression, but still hesitated. Li Ming was not in a hurry. He looked at the 2 quietly and waited patiently for the result. After some thought, Kang Huan nodded to Tyson. Although Tyson was still a little reluctant, he stopped arguing when he saw Kang Huan agreed. With a long sigh of relief, Tyson said, "Regarding your 5 materials, Commander Kang Huan has agreed, but we handed you over to the Triangulum Galaxy. What use do you have for these?" Li Ming smiled lightly and replied, "I was handed over to the Triangulum Galaxy after I came out of the Gye land. It has nothing to do with these. I suggest that Commander Kang Huan contact the commander of the Triangulum Galaxy directly, agree to their request for a transaction, and then propose to test the new energy during the transaction. After all, isn't the ultimate goal of the Triangulum Galaxy to enter the Gye land?" Li Ming continued. Kang Huan nodded repeatedly and looked at Tyson again. Tyson looked strange, as if he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find the problem. There was just a strange feeling in his eyes. But at this time, Li Ming was secretly delighted. Although he did not have the help of the wise eye, Li Ming still impressed the 2 with his words. In the following time, Li Ming and the 2 began to discuss the details of this plan. No matter how they talked, Li Ming's perspective was always on the side of the Andromeda Galaxy. In other words, all interests gave priority to the Andromeda Galaxy. It was for this reason that Li Ming, an alien civilization from the first interval, was qualified to talk with the 2 high-level people from the second interval. Of course, in the eyes of the 2 people, it seemed that the beneficiary of the whole plan was the Andromeda Galaxy, so they were very interested in Li Ming's suggestions. Li Ming's purpose was very simple. First, he would get the 5 materials from here, and then use the opportunity of synthesizing new energy to extort some flowing cloud power. In this way, Li Ming was not far from entering the second interval. With this plan, the plan for hostage exchange was officially launched under the guidance of the high-level leaders of both sides. The location was located at the frontier base of the Triangulum Galaxy. Both parties participating in this meeting were at the commander level. The meeting place was in a circular building in the internal construction area of the base. The building is located in the center of the construction area. Unlike the building where Li Ming stole the research data, this building has only 1 floor, and the interior is hundreds of meters long and wide. It is very huge, like a sports center. but the decoration here is very simple and there is no luxurious energy ornaments. There is still a certain gap with the headquarters base. The venue is divided into two areas. The outer area is all advanced civilizations, belonging to the level of war generals, while the inner area is a level of commanders or military advisors. Li Ming followed behind Thyssen, and went directly from the outer area to the inner area. In the inner area, there were already two people waiting. One was Sirius from the Milky Way, and the other was the military advisor of the Triangulum Galaxy, Zufilo. As for the commanders of the Andromeda Galaxy, Kyang Hun, and the commander of the Triangulum Galaxy, Jiubi, they sat in the spectator seats, because Reynolds had been killed by Li Ming, and the other Milky Way representative was the rabbit Manelli. As soon as the people arrived, they sat down one after another, and Li Ming's figure soon attracted the attention of many people. Among them, Sirius, Eloi, and even Zufilo looked at Li Ming strangely. After all the sudden changes were related to Li Ming, so the look he gave Li Ming was somewhat different. Zufilo's eyes moved away from Li Ming, and came to Thyssen, and said, "Tell me about your plan." Thyssen smiled lightly, first glanced at Li Ming, and then said, "The two commanders have reached a consensus on the basic information of this transaction. Now I want to talk about the details. Li Ming, I can give it to you to exchange for Zuanfang. This is the basic principle for us to sit here and negotiate, but everyone sitting here should have received that information about the method to enter the GYE land." Thyssen paused, looked at the opposite side, and continued, "The purpose of this visit is, first, to exchange Zuanfang, and second, to verify the method to enter the GYE land. This is very beneficial to both of us." Thyssen continued. At this time, Zufilo shook his head slightly and said, "I'm sorry, we only want Li Ming, and we will also release Zuanfang. As for the method you mentioned to enter the GYE land, we are not interested." As soon as Zufilo said this, Thyssen immediately showed a questioning look. Not only Thyssen, Li Ming was also secretly surprised, and even Kyang Hun, who was sitting on the top, was slightly startled, and looked at the handsome man of the Triangulum system, Jiubi. Jiubi was calm, and didn't care at all. At this time, Zufilo in the venue, waved his hand lightly, and saw a figure entering the venue directly from outside. The person who came was Cottrell. As soon as Li Ming saw this person, his face instantly darkened, and he secretly said, "TMD. I forgot about this guy after all the calculations." Cottrell came to the table, and sat down slowly, and his eyes under the mask first looked at Li Ming. When the two looked at each other, they each showed sparks of resentment. Zufilo smiled at Cottrell beside him and said, "This is Cottrell from the Milky Way. Through his research, combined with our previous data, he has found the latest method to enter the GYE land. So, there is no need to discuss the method to enter the GYE land. Today, let's just talk about the hostage exchange." Thyssen's face stiffened when he heard this. Although he had prepared a lot of arguments before coming here, this sudden change made him not know how to deal with it for a while. But the most passive person at this moment is not Thyssen, but Li Ming. Because Li Ming did not really intend to become a trading item between the three major galaxies. Li Ming still had the intention of extorting some yuan power from here, but he did not expect things to suddenly turn out like this. If Thyssen agreed to the transaction at this time, Li Ming would really lose more than he gained, and might even die. After all, the people sitting opposite him were all his enemies. Thyssen was at a loss, and Kyang Hun also showed hesitation, as if she fell into a passive situation. At this time, Zufilo's face changed and he said, "What? Don't you plan to make a deal?" Thyssen was startled when he heard this, and turned back to look at Kyang Hun. Kyang Hun just looked at Li Ming with a hesitant look on her face, but at this moment, the commander Jiubi, who was not far from Kyang Hun, looked at Zufilo unhappily. Zufilo, since Commander Kyang Hun facilitated this meeting for the purpose of exchange, how could there be no deal? Jiubi said with a bit of sternness. Zufilo just smiled slightly when he heard this, and looked at Thyssen with his eyes, without saying a word. Just when Thyssen was hesitant, Li Ming suddenly chuckled and said, "The method of entering the GYE land is not something you can really think you have mastered just by speculating a few data and getting a little result." Chapter 431, An EMS. Li Ming's sudden words startled everyone present. Some looked at each other, some showed doubts, and Zufilo looked at Li Ming in surprise. "What do you mean by this?" Zufilo immediately questioned. Li Ming continued, "Since the discovery of the existence of easy energy, no civilization has a record of obtaining this energy. Since the existence of this energy can be confirmed, why has no one ever obtained it? Is it impossible to obtain it? Or is it another question? Haven't you ever thought about it?" As soon as these questions were raised, many people began to show puzzled expressions. The questions raised by Li Ming have indeed always existed, and there is no specific answer. This is also what alien civilizations are studying. Seeing the expressions of the people in front of him, Li Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued, "The most likely reason is that there is a problem with the method of entering GUI land. We rely too much on the information data of scientific and technological civilization, but there are many things that cannot be explained by scientific and technological civilization. Everyone knows this. If that's the case, why don't you make full preparations? The reason why I came here with the high-level officials of the Andromeda Galaxy today is to confirm the method of entering GUI land. Even if some of you are here to target me, it doesn't matter if you have this little time." Li Ming continued to speak, and his eyes did not forget to look at the looks and expressions of the people in front of him. Although he said it lightly, Li Ming was thinking in his heart, "MD. Cottrell's appearance completely disrupted my plan. I don't know if this high-sounding nonsense can fool these people." Although Li Ming was trying to change the topic and attention, the content of his words was also somewhat based on facts. It was precisely because of this that the listeners were skeptical. Zufilo frowned even more and looked at Li Ming with a strange look. Seeing this, Tyson also glanced to the side, feeling a little surprised at what Li Ming said, but when he saw that the people on the opposite side were confused by what Li Ming said, he said, "Since you have also mastered the method of entering the GUI land, why not try both methods? After all, our goal is to enter the GUI land. It won't be too late to talk about the transaction after the test is over." Zufilo's eyes moved back and forth, looking at Sterius beside him for a while, and then looking at Tyson, but after some thought, he finally stopped his gaze on Cottrell. Although Cottrell couldn't say that he knew Li Ming very well, his understanding of Li Ming was definitely clear to everyone present. After receiving Zufilo's eyes, he also looked at Li Ming hesitantly. After some thought, Cottrell nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zufilo frowned even more, looked at Tyson, and said, "Then tell me what you mean." After saying this, Li Ming finally regained his calm. Although it was a detour, the final topic returned to Li Ming, which also made Li Ming a false alarm. Tyson said, "Since there are now two people who have mastered the method of entering GUI land, we will provide the materials and let these two people provide the method, and then find someone to test the safety of entering GUI land. No matter which method, as long as it meets our needs to enter GUI land, we will use this method. As for the hostage transaction, it can be delayed." Zufilo did not answer immediately after hearing this. After all, this has already involved a higher level. His eyes blinked slightly, and finally looked at the commander Jiubei, who was sitting high up. Jiubei naturally listened to the content of the conversation throughout the whole process, and this situation made him think carefully. From the perspective of the Triangulum Galaxy, although Cottrell has mastered the method of entering the GUI land, after all, Cottrell is from the Milky Way, and he will inevitably have some concerns in his heart. After all, in such a major event as E-energy, even his own people find it difficult to control it. And now Li Ming's appearance is also a good choice. No matter which of the two has a better method, as long as they can enter the GUI land, that is the best result. In this regard, the Andromeda Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy are standing at the same angle, because the researchers of both sides have died, so they must be highly vigilant against outsiders. While Jiubei was thinking, the Andromeda commander Kyanghuan smiled slightly, turned his eyes to Jiubei, and whispered, "On such a major event, Commander Jiubei will not be confused." Jiubei snorted at this, and quickly turned his eyes to Zufilo. He didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly. With Jiubei's consent, Zufilo said, "Okay, let's do as you say." After the matter was finalized, Li Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no danger. The next meeting was to discuss the details, which Li Ming didn't care about at all, but it also involved some material sharing issues. Because according to the method proposed by Li Ming, not only special energy, but also the power of flowing clouds is needed. Of course, special energy is really used to synthesize new energy, and the power of flowing clouds is what Li Ming asked for himself. After the meeting, Li Ming was taken to a laboratory alone. Cottrell was treated the same as Li Ming. They were placed in a room alone. The materials and items needed by the two were prepared, and then they waited for the results of the two. The room where Li Ming was located was a room located underground in the base. It was round and nearly 100 meters in diameter. It was not originally a laboratory, but a warehouse of the base. Even now, there are still many instruments and materials placed in it. Li Ming first looked around the room and made sure that it was absolutely safe and not monitored by others. Li Ming was relieved. He found a secluded place, leaned over and sat down, smiled, and said to himself, "Finally, I can do my own thing with peace of mind." In the next period of time, Li Ming will start his own synthesis operation. In addition to synthesizing new energy, Li Ming also wants to synthesize Ringsu. In Li Ming's eyes, only advancement is the kingly way. As for other things, they can only be ranked behind advancement. In the meeting just now, Li Ming has tried to use the wisdom eye to explore the information in Cottrell's brain. After all, Cottrell is also a guy who has mastered the method to enter the GUI land, and Li Ming doesn't think it's strange that this person has mastered this method in a short time. Li Ming has experienced the talent of this freak. He can even develop things like synthesizing Ringsu, not to mention the small GUI land. However, under the wisdom eye, Li Ming did not get anything valuable from his brain, so he could only synthesize according to his own method. Time passed little by little, and Li Ming stayed in it for 5 days and nights. When Li Ming walked out of this underground laboratory, many senior executives were already waiting outside. Cottrell only took 2 days to complete it, and Li Ming's long time also made the senior executives outside a little impatient. Seeing Li Ming coming out, Zhu Filo immediately looked at Tizun beside him and said, "How do you plan to arrange the next test?" Tizun did not reply to him immediately, but looked directly at Li Ming. After Li Ming came closer, Tizun said, "Li Ming, how do you plan to arrange the test?" Li Ming glanced at the people in front of him, and his eyes turned to Cottrell. He smiled and said, "I propose the method of entry myself, so naturally I will try it myself." "You try it yourself?" Tizun immediately showed a puzzled look and glanced at Zhu Filo beside him. Zhu Filo was also a little puzzled. Li Ming continued to look at Cottrell and said, "If you don't dare to try it yourself, how can you convince others?" Tizun nodded slightly, made a HMM sound, and said, "That makes sense. Well, then you try it." Tizun said this, but looked at Zhu Filo who was standing aside. Zhu Filo showed a look of surprise, and then looked at Cottrell. Cottrell snorted lightly, glanced at Li Ming with disdain, and then replied, "Then, I will test it myself." Zhu Filo nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, then you too will test it." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, Enemy. A spaceship came to a desert area, with howling winds, dust floating in the air. The spaceship slowly stopped in the area. After a while, a blue beam of light shot out from the bottom of the spaceship, and the figures of Li Ming and Cottrell slowly landed. The two figures did not land directly, but stopped more than 10 meters away from the ground. Cottrell took out a green pill and put it into his mouth, then flew forward, and Li Ming also flipped his right hand, took out a ball of colorful energy, and then clenched his right hand tightly. The energy ball broke in his hand, and then the colorful energy spread along Li Ming's arm to his whole body, wrapping up Li Ming's entire body. This is a new energy that Li Ming synthesized with 3 special energies. Of course, these special energies are provided by 2 major galaxies. As for Cottrell, he developed a pill. As for what kind of pill it is, Li Ming does not know, but judging from Cottrell's confident expression, this pill must have a certain effect on GUI light. With a move, Li Ming began to fly forward. At this time, Li Ming was already within the range of the GUI light, but the light energy in the edge area was weaker. The light was emitted from the ground and passed through any objects, rocks, and sand. At this time, his eyes could not catch the light, but his consciousness could clearly sense the influence of the GUI light. As he went deeper, the light became stronger and stronger. When the brightness of the light could be seen with the naked eye, the intensity of the GUI light became stronger. Even if Li Ming had new energy to protect his body, he could clearly sense the energy eroded by the GUI light. The GUI light and the new energy on Li Ming's body surface were constantly squeezed and collided. Li Ming was squeezed by external forces like in water. This force made the new energy fluctuate constantly and could not calm down. On the surface, this new energy seemed to be able to break at any time, but in fact it was just an energy collision and did not have much impact. Li Ming went deeper and deeper into the depths of the GUI land, and his eyes kept looking around. Cottrell had long disappeared. The center of the entire GUI land was a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, but because the planet was covered by wind and sand all year round, this pillar of light also appeared and disappeared from time to time. Around the light column, there was also a faint light at GUI. The further out, the weaker the light. Li Ming could see the exact location of the light column. The wind and sand kept whistling in his ears. He kept walking, while staring at the sky in the distance. It was as if a light column was inserted from the universe to this planet. After walking for a while, Li Ming's footsteps suddenly stopped. His brows slightly frowned, and his eyes turned slightly, looking at a giant rock not far away. After just a rough look, Li Ming noticed something and said coldly, "Come out." As soon as the voice fell, a figure slowly walked out from behind the rock. It was Cottrell. "Your eyes are still as annoying as ever." Cottrell looked at Li Ming with a weird look and said so. Li Ming didn't care at all. He snorted and said, "You are here, not waiting for me, are you?" Cottrell laughed lightly, staring at Li Ming with his eyes fixed, and said, "I'm quite surprised that we can meet again, but I just want to get my things back. You won't mind, right?" What the other party said and thought in his heart could not escape Li Ming's keen eyes. After understanding his purpose, Li Ming continued, "Are you talking about the 6-domain star, Hukang?" Hehe. A low chuckle was heard, and Cottrell took a few steps closer to Li Ming and said, "You know, your eyes really make people love and hate them. I always think that it is easiest to talk to smart people in this world. As long as you say something, he will understand it immediately. Your appearance makes me know that there are more convenient things than talking to smart people." Watching Cottrell slowly approaching, Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and his whole body was tense. He must always be vigilant about the person in front of him. Cottrell stopped when he was only 7 or 8 meters away from Li Ming and said, "Hand it over." Li Ming also snorted and replied, "Do you think you have the strength to take Hukang from me?" Cottrell paused and spread his hands helplessly. After hesitating for a while, he said, "I want to try." As soon as these words came out, it seemed that the air around him solidified. Although the wind was still howling, Li Ming could no longer feel the hurricane. All his attention was focused on Cottrell. According to Li Ming's previous understanding, Cottrell's fighting power did not seem to be strong. Although he had some unusual and strange methods, his overall strength was not at the same level as Li Ming. At this moment, he actually took the initiative to challenge Li Ming, which seemed strange. The two of them were on the verge of a fight, their clothes fluttering in the air, and the battle seemed to be imminent. Li Ming's body surface flashed with blue light, and the hazy halo completely wrapped Li Ming's body, while Cottrell on the opposite side was surrounded by black smoke. The black smoke was like the souls of hell, swelling around it in groups, which was extremely strange. But just as the two were preparing to fight, blue light flashed on their arms at the same time. Cottrell's face changed slightly, his eyes turned slightly, and he looked at his wrist. He raised his left hand, and a message appeared in the blue light on his wrist. The same message appeared on Li Ming's left hand. After seeing the message together, they were both startled and looked at each other. The black aura on Cottrell's body gradually faded, and his eyes looked at Li Ming quietly, saying, "It seems that now is not the best time to take back Hukang, but you must be prepared." I will definitely take it back the next time we meet. After saying this, Cottrell turned and walked outside the GUI land. Li Ming stood there and watched the other party leave quietly. Although Li Ming himself was a little afraid of this person, he still had the confidence to defeat this person. But when the other party released the black aura just now, Li Ming suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was not fear, but a bit of worry. It was familiar, but also a bit strange. The feeling was very subtle, but indescribable. Watching the other party disappear in the wind and sand, Li Ming looked at the blue message on his wrist again. The content of this message was the recall message of the spaceship outside. The test time was over. Li Ming and Cottrell had to go out immediately and explain the results of this test. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Ming walked out. After leaving the GUI land, the spaceship in the sky was already waiting. Li Ming flew away and stopped only when the spaceship was close. The surface of the spaceship flashed blue light and a portal appeared. Li Ming flashed and entered it directly. In the main cabin at the bottom of the spaceship, Tyson and Zufilo were already waiting. Seeing Li Ming coming back, the two of them looked unhappy. Even Tyson looked at Li Ming with some strangeness. This sudden change made Li Ming a little puzzled, but there was not much strangeness on his face, and he still looked at the two calmly. Although there was nothing unusual about the two, Li Ming found some information from Cottrell. Cottrell had provided the two with detailed information about the results of this test, and Tyson and Zufilo were very satisfied with the data. In addition to the data, there was Cottrell's synthetic materials. Compared with the three kinds of energy used as synthetic materials mentioned by Li Ming before, Cottrell's cost was naturally lower, low cost and high efficiency. From this perspective alone, even if Li Ming's data was good, it would be difficult to impress the two. Therefore, Tyson and Zufilo's faces looked very ugly. Tyson looked at Li Ming and said with some displeasure, "Hand over your data." Li Ming stood still, and after scanning the three people with his eyes, he snorted and said, "You all agree with Cottrell's results. Is there any need to look at my data?" Huh? Tyson was shocked. He was naturally surprised to be exposed by Li Ming's thoughts. Zufilo looked at Tyson beside him. His eyes turned slightly. He smiled lightly twice and said, "This is not the place to talk, I think. Let's go back to the base and talk." Tyson was stunned after receiving Zufilo's eyes, but he immediately understood, nodded slightly, and said, "Okay, let's talk when we get back to the base." The two echoed each other's words. Not to mention that Li Ming still has a keen eye. Even if he doesn't have a keen eye, he has noticed something unusual. If he goes back with them at this time, wouldn't Li Ming be in danger? Without waiting for the three to do anything, Li Ming suddenly retreated to the bulkhead, and at the same time, he slapped his right hand behind him, and the palm of his hand had already slapped on the bulkhead. Chapter 433, The Strong One of Space and Time. Go back to the base. I think I'd better forget it. As he said this, his right hand suddenly flashed with green light, and a vortex suddenly appeared on the wall behind him. It was a portal. Li Ming used his powerful mental power to forcefully open a hatch. He leaned towards the portal, and his body penetrated through the portal, and came directly to the outside of the spaceship. Seeing that Li Ming was about to escape, Zufilo suddenly stood up, moved his body, and with a bang, Zufilo's body disappeared directly on the spot. In just a blink of an eye, Zufilo actually came directly to the outside of the spaceship without a portal. When Li Ming saw the other party's figure, his face changed immediately. Without waiting for Li Ming to do anything more, 2 seconds later, Zufilo's eyes flashed with cold light, and the blue figure disappeared again with a bang. When Li Ming noticed the abnormality, Zufilo had already come in front of Li Ming, and his right hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Li Ming's neck. As soon as his neck was pinched, Li Ming immediately felt a breath of difficulty. Then, Zufilo's palm suddenly released pieces of blue matter. These blue substances were in the shape of small cubes, each of which was composed of blue light, and was the size of a fingertip. As soon as they appeared, they spread over Li Ming's body. Li Ming's face suddenly changed, and his brows furrowed. He felt that the small blue cubes continued to enter his body through his skin. These small cubes accumulated in Li Ming's body like building blocks. As these small blue cubes continued to increase, Li Ming's body suddenly began to change. Wherever the small blue cubes arrived, that area would instantly become energy. Simply put, wherever the small blue cubes arrived at the body, the flesh at that position would become this kind of energy cube, and he could clearly sense it. That feeling was like that part of his body was replaced by something, and he lost contact with his mind and could not control it. This strange and powerful energy surprised Li Ming, and his neck was the first to lose consciousness. This power actually directly eroded my body. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and his face looked extremely ugly. The blue cubes completely eroded Li Ming's neck and began to spread to his chest and head, while Zhufilou's palm was like full of soap bubbles, and the small cubes kept floating out. These small cubes floated in the air and then attached to other parts of Li Ming's body, his legs, and his hands. You can't escape, especially from my hands. Zhufilou's mouth corners slightly raised and revealed a faint smile. At this time, a portal slowly appeared on the surface of the spacecraft, and Cottrell and Tyson flashed out from it. When he saw Zhufilou subdued Li Ming, Cottrell's eyes changed first, and showed a slight smile. Tyson also looked majestic, and his expression did not change much. At this time, Li Ming clenched his teeth. His body was already being eroded by the blue energy cubes. Even the lower part of his mouth had become all blue cubes. At this moment, a blue halo suddenly appeared on Li Ming's abdomen, and then a fist suddenly hit out from it. Pa! The fist hit Zhufilou's chest. The force was not very strong, but it also forced Zhufilou to let go and retreat to a distance. Zhufilou showed a puzzled look and looked at Li Ming's abdomen. He saw that the blue halo circle was overflowing with blue halo little by little. It was like a blue liquid overflowing from it, but the whole was blurry, like a hazy blue light. That is. Zhufilou frowned slightly and stared at Li Ming's abdomen with his eyes. As the blue halo continued to overflow, the arm that hit Zhufilou before was completely revealed, and along the arm to the shoulder, then to the head and body, the outline of a human figure continued to crawl out of it. When this human figure was completely formed, the three people on the opposite side could see clearly that it was Li Ming who came out of the blue vortex in Li Ming's abdomen. This is exactly one of Li Ming's abilities, the elemental clone. This ability has saved Li Ming from danger many times. It is an extremely powerful ability. Now that Li Ming's real body is corroded by the blue block, he has to use this ability. The elemental clone at this time is very different from the previous one. Because Li Ming is now proficient in the energy control of Wukong's ability, the clone is no longer just disturbing the enemy, but can also have good combat power like Li Ming. Looking at the two Li Mings in front of him, Zhufilou smiled lightly and whispered, "It turns out that it is also an intelligent civilization, an elemental clone." Li Ming's real body stood behind the clone, with a gloomy face under his slightly narrowed eyes. Although he has now gotten rid of the restraint of Zhufilou's palm, the blue small block on his body has not been removed, and the whole body is still somewhat inconvenient to use. With his eyes narrowed, he looked at Zhufilou not far away from the side of the clone, and his teeth were tightly clenched together. A few words came out from his teeth. The ability of the space-time tribe, and can actually use the ability of space-time to such an extreme. As he said this, Li Ming couldn't help but look at the blue small block on his body. Now that Li Ming has calmed down, he has a preliminary understanding of Zhufilou's ability. This 1.6 level advanced civilization, in addition to its own civilization level, has even more amazing abilities in its space-time tribe. In terms of Li Ming's previous understanding of the abilities of the space-time tribe, he can't compete with them at all. The opponent's teleportation can directly penetrate objects, just like traveling through the air. In addition, these small cubes on his body are extremely weird. However, this is only what Li Ming sees now. Because of the gap in the range, Li Ming's wisdom eyes cannot play a greater role. The lack of understanding of it will undoubtedly put Li Ming in a very passive position in the battle. His thoughts kept turning in his mind, and Li Ming has made his own decision. He looked at the three people in front of him, moved his eyes to the corners of his eyes, glanced at the GUI land behind him, and then immediately returned his eyes to the front. The surface of Li Ming's body began to emit a faint blue halo, and his whole body was like a blue light. Now Li Ming must get out. Zhufilou, who noticed the changes in Li Ming's body, suddenly focused his eyes and locked Li Ming tightly like a spotlight. At this time, Cottrell behind Zhufilou suddenly moved, as if he was going to attack, but Tyson beside him raised his right hand to block Cottrell. He glanced at Cottrell with contempt and said coldly, "Are you going to die?" Cottrell's eyes turned, and he also looked back at Tyson fiercely, but he didn't say much. At this time, Tyson said, "Zoophilo, this person really hates others to interfere, especially at this time. Anyone who takes action will seem to question his ability, and will eventually be killed as an enemy." Cottrell heard this, and understood the intention. He looked at Zoophilo, and didn't make any moves. At this time, Zoophilo opened his right hand slightly, and a blue cube half a foot long and wide had formed in his hand. Compared with those small cubes, this one was obviously much larger. Similarly, square frames kept floating in this larger cube. Because these blue cubes were all in the state of cubes, and those small squares floating inside were just squares, composed of lines, just like the bubbles inside. Zoophilo suddenly clenched his right hand, and with a light snap, the blue cube half a foot long and wide was put on his fist. Then, a cold light flashed in his sharp eyes, and the blue figure disappeared on the spot with a bang. Almost at the same time, Li Ming's figure also disappeared on the spot with a whoosh. Li Ming used the ability of teleportation. But because of the constraints of the blue cubes on his body, Li Ming's teleportation did not reach too far, but it was very close to the GYE land behind him. For Li Ming, as long as he entered the GYE land, he would escape successfully. Although the ability of teleportation did not allow Li Ming to completely get rid of the three people, he was still 1,000 meters away from them, which was considered a safe distance. Chapter 434 I have to leave here. Li Ming teleported away, so Zoophilo naturally missed. Looking at Li Ming, who was 1,000 meters away from him, Zoophilo frowned slightly, his eyes were full of anger. He looked at Li Ming coldly, and suddenly waved his right hand, grabbing Li Ming's clone. As soon as his palm touched the clone, the cube that originally wrapped his palm suddenly expanded and enlarged, and completely wrapped the clone. The clone in the blue cube was like a human in water, and the body was completely unable to move. If it was in water, humans might drown and spit out some bubbles, but the clone could only spit out some small cubes at this moment. After a few seconds, the blue cube suddenly turned into blue lines, and after a series of staggered changes, it disappeared in the air with Li Ming's clone. During the whole process, Zoophilo did not look back, and his eyes were always staring at Li Ming's body in the distance. "You can't escape." Zoophilo uttered a cold voice, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot with a bang. As soon as he saw the other party disappear again, Li Ming was shocked, and his face changed slightly, but after a second, Li Ming was stunned. This Zoophilo did not move directly to Li Ming's side, and only moved a distance of 300 meters. It was equivalent to moving only 1/3 of Li Ming's teleportation distance. At this time, Li Ming understood that, although the other party could also teleport and pass through obstacles, the distance of movement was limited, which was naturally incomparable to Li Ming's teleportation. After Zoophilo moved a distance, he began to fly towards Li Ming, but he flew for less than 3 seconds before he moved again with a bang. Li Ming could no longer remain calm when this scene appeared. He opened his mouth slightly and said in surprise, "It can be used continuously." Li Ming dared not stay in place while saying this. He turned his body immediately and flew to GYE land. During the flight, Zoophilo teleported again. After 3 teleportations, Zoophilo was less than 100 meters away from Li Ming. Li Ming was shocked and didn't care too much. He activated his energy and used teleportation again. But at this moment, Zoophilo suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a huge blue light cube appeared in the palm of his right hand. This cube was 2 meters long and wide, already very huge. He aimed at Li Ming and pushed it, and the cube flew out. Bang! Li Ming's body just completed the teleportation. Li Ming's teleportation cannot be used continuously. If it is used continuously by force, the distance of the second movement will be much smaller. When Li Ming appeared again, he was only 400 meters away from Zoophilo. Although it was not far, it was relatively safe. More importantly, Li Ming was already in the GYE light of GYE land. As for the blue cube that flew towards Li Ming just now, it could only miss and fly to the ground. There happened to be a huge rock more than 10 meters high on the ground, and the blue cube also hit it. Just like Li Ming's clone just now, the cube expanded rapidly and completely wrapped the entire rock. Bubbles of cubes kept coming out of the rock in the blue cube, just like the rock was being corroded. After a few seconds, the blue cube decomposed into blue light and disappeared along with the huge rock. Li Ming's slightly narrowed eyes widened a little, and his face showed surprise. This ability of the space-time tribe was beyond Li Ming's cognition, and even Li Ming could not imagine it. After turning his eyes and glancing fiercely at Zhu Filou, he turned and flew deep into the ground. Zhu Filou did not chase him down. After all, the area below was covered by the light of GOIE. Without protection, it would definitely not work if he went down rashly. In desperation, he could only watch Li Ming enter it with resentment. At this time, Li Ming was also full of worries because there were many small blue cubes on Li Ming's body, and Li Ming's body might disappear with the blue cubes. Thinking of this, Li Ming found a rock to hide his body as soon as he landed. Hiding behind the rock, Li Ming's consciousness had spread out. After making sure that no one was following, Li Ming leaned over and sat on the ground. At this time, Li Ming's body was covered with small blue blocks. Looking at his body, Li Ming frowned again. These small blue blocks were energy bodies, not physical damage, so the ghost key could not be used. However, Li Ming had no idea how to remove this energy damage. After thinking for a few seconds, Li Ming's eyes suddenly widened a little, as if he suddenly thought of something, and thought to himself, since it is energy, then energy control, will it work? Thinking in his mind, Li Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his body, and adjusted his breath for a few seconds. He slowly closed his eyes. As his eyes closed, Li Ming's body surface began to glow with a blue halo. At this time, Li Ming had begun to use energy control under the ability of Hukang. Hukang itself is a perfect combination of mental power and wisdom civilization ability, aiming to reach the limit of all the abilities of wisdom civilization. Just like the combination of wisdom eyes and spiritual civilization, if it is just an ordinary spiritual civilization ability, it is still difficult to detect other people's consciousness. It is relatively complicated, time-consuming, and easy to be discovered. But it was completely different after having the wisdom eye, and its power was immediately revealed. At this time, Li Ming was going to use the energy control of Hukang to completely remove the blue cubes on his body. Of course, Li Ming was just trying, because Li Ming was not sure whether it was feasible. Use the energy in the body. Let the blue halo flow continuously on the surface of the body, like a flowing blue liquid. As this energy flowed, Li Ming's face changed slightly, and his expression was slightly relaxed, because the blue halo could drive the blue cubes in the flow, and it was this point that Li Ming showed a look of surprise. The blue halo was like a turbulent airflow constantly flowing on the surface of Li Ming's body, and under this power, the blue cubes embedded in Li Ming's body began to loosen a little bit, like a small stone washed by water. The looseness turned into shaking, and finally fell off Li Ming's body. 1, 2, 3, 4. These small cubes fell off one by one, and after leaving Li Ming's body, these blue cubes flowed with the blue halo on Li Ming's body. Li Ming, sensing this, slowly opened his eyes. He raised his right hand slightly, and the blue halo began to flow towards his palm, like a vortex in the palm. And those small cubes came to Li Ming's palm one by one as the halo flowed. After a few seconds, the blue halo on Li Ming's body gradually faded, leaving only a group of blue halo on his palm, and it was full of those blue small cubes. He stared at these small cubes with narrowed eyes, but his expression was full of surprise. The energy structure of these small cubes was completely different from what Li Ming had seen and used before. The so-called display of ability was actually the structure of energy. The energy structure of the space-time tribe was also the first time Li Ming saw it. Looking at these small cubes, Li Ming even wanted to get this ability himself, but it was obviously unrealistic. After shaking his head slightly, he suddenly clenched his right hand. Bang! The blue halo and the blue small cube disappeared together in his palm. After doing all this, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and stood up slowly. With his eyes slightly raised, Li Ming could see the pillar of light in the depths of Jiawei land, but he only took a look at it and turned to walk to the periphery. Li Ming had no interest in the interior of Jiawei land, and according to Li Ming's understanding of synthesizing new energy, the defensive effect of new energy on Jiawei light was limited. Once the new energy was exhausted, Li Ming would be in great danger here. Therefore, it was safest to leave GUI land and Sprague Star. Now, Li Ming could be said to have completely become the common enemy of the three galaxies. Most importantly, Li Ming's current location was still the gathering point of the three galaxies. Thinking of leaving this place, Li Ming walked out quickly without any pause. Li Ming did not really walk out of the range of GUI light, but released Qinglong after reaching a place with weaker light, relying on Qinglong to find out the real situation outside. Chapter 435, GUI Land. The Azure Dragon flew into the sky, flying around the edge of the GUI land, and the situation on the outer edge of the GUI land became clear. Seeing the environment outside, Li Ming's face suddenly became gloomy. The outer edge of the GUI land was full of spaceships and aircraft of different sizes, and even ground robots. These existences naturally did not threaten Li Ming, but they were like a pair of eyes, and any creature that walked out of the GUI land would be detected by them. Seeing this, Li Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath, frowned tightly, and whispered, "This clearly doesn't want me to leave." Although Li Ming thought so, the situation outside was not entirely the case. Deploying troops to surround the entire area was a joint act of the three major galaxies. After all, the method to enter the GUI land already existed, and how could the three major galaxies allow any party to enter first? The most reassuring approach between each other is nothing more than 2 points. One is the absolute control of Cottrell, and the other is the absolute monitoring of the GUI land. But this undoubtedly caused trouble for Li Ming. There are countless high-level people from the three galaxies outside. Even if it is just Zufilo, Li Ming is already exhausted, not to mention other high-level beings. Even if he escapes from Sprague Star by chance, how should Li Ming deal with so many spaceships in space? Standing on the edge of GUI land, Li Ming can see the occasional spaceships flying in the distance. His eyes are slightly narrowed and blinking constantly, and he is already thinking about something in his mind. Thinking about it, Li Ming's mouth suddenly showed a smile. He turned around and walked into the depths of GUI land, thinking to himself, "It's still too weak." Walking inside, Li Ming's back has gradually blurred under the light of GUI and disappeared little by little. At this moment, in the frontier base of the Triangulum Galaxy, in a closed underground laboratory, an alien is operating back and forth in front of a long experimental table, and not far behind him, there is another alien leaning against the shelf. The alien narrowed his eyes slightly, crossed his arms, and his back was pressed against the shelf without moving. The person in front of the experimental table in the distance was Cottrell. He operated it freely with his hands, and said without looking back, "You are not his opponent now, I will kill him for you, okay?" As soon as this sentence came out, the alien with his back against the shelf suddenly opened his eyes, his eyeballs moved slightly, and after glancing at Cottrell, he said, "No, I will not allow anyone to kill him. I must do this myself." Cottrell picked up a medicine bottle and shook it gently in front of his eyes. The liquid inside shook with it. Looking at the liquid inside, Cottrell suddenly paused and said, "Then your chance may not be much, Biggs. Now the three major galaxies want to catch him." Biggs turned his eyes back and looked at the dark roof, saying, "Whoever kills him will be my next target." As he said this, Biggs slowly closed his eyes. Cottrell paused, glanced back slightly, and only paused for a second before continuing to operate. Night fell, and the GUI land fell into darkness again. Compared with other places, the darkness here is relatively more tormenting. What Li Ming needs to face is the erosion from the GUI light. This light energy is very special and will constantly attack and invade Li Ming's body. Just as Li Ming had learned before, this light energy mainly invades the spiritual consciousness. The new energy on Li Ming's body surface is also being consumed rapidly, and Li Ming is not sure how long it can last. In the darkness, Li Ming continued to walk towards the light column in the center. Since he couldn't leave, he simply went to the center to see what was going on. The closer he got to the light column, the stronger the energy of the GUI light became, and the stronger the impact on Li Ming's body. When he was still hundreds of meters away from the light column, Li Ming stopped. At this time, in front of Li Ming's eyes, there was a huge well hole. The whole well hole was 100 meters long and wide, and there was a strange light constantly coming out of it. This light was not dazzling, but very soft, and it extended from the well hole to the sky, which was the light column seen in the distance. When I saw it from a distance before, the beam of light was particularly bright, like a huge laser shooting out from the center of the earth. But now that I'm close to it, the situation is obviously different. The so-called beam of light is just a soft halo, with colorful and changeable colors, just like the fragrance of green smoke floating in the air. The light is so beautiful that people can't help but be fascinated, just like a fantasy. Li Ming was stunned when he saw it from a distance. He had never seen such a spectacle before. As he watched, Li Ming continued to approach the well hole. At this time, Li Ming's body surface was already emitting green light. The green light was Li Ming's mental power, because the light energy here mainly invades people's consciousness, and the consumption of new energy is too fast. Li Ming must try to resist it with his mental power. Under the green light, the consumption of new energy stopped immediately, which surprised Li Ming. As he walked, Li Ming frowned and looked at his body in surprise, thinking to himself, can the mental power under the wisdom eye completely resist this light? This was an unexpected surprise for Li Ming. Li Ming had such an idea before, but he was not sure. He didn't expect that it would really work after trying it. In this way, Li Ming's original worry about the consumption of new energy completely disappeared. He smiled slightly and quickened his pace to the well. A distance of hundreds of meters was reached in a blink of an eye. Standing on the edge of the huge well, Li Ming looked down at the depths of the well, narrowed his eyes slightly, and took a breath with a hiss. The depths of the well were not as bright as Li Ming imagined. On the contrary, it was dark deep below, like a black hole, but such a dark well could release such a strange light. After looking down for a few seconds, he raised his eyes slightly, looked at the well in front of him, and then looked up at the sky above the well. At this time, Li Ming had discovered something. When he was in this light, Li Ming could not see the light at all, but the light in the sky was still clear. Looking at these, Li Ming's eyes finally returned to the depths of the well. He turned his left hand, and a small green dragon emerged from his palm. The green dragon turned slightly in his palm, and shot out with a whoosh, heading straight to the depths of the well. A few seconds after the azure dragon flew out, Li Ming moved and jumped into the well. Slowly going down in the middle of the well, Li Ming was like being at the outlet of the airflow at this time, and could clearly sense the energy gushing out from the bottom. And the deeper he went, the stronger the feeling of energy gushing out became, as if there was a hairdryer at the bottom blowing upwards continuously, but at the moment he could only sense the energy, not the strange phenomenon. After going down for several hundred meters, Li Ming's speed suddenly slowed down, his brows knitted again, and he whispered, "This is..." At this time, the azure dragon had come to the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well was a huge spherical space. If you look at it together with the well, the whole structure is like a lollipop inserted upside down in the ground, with the bottom being the spherical space and the well being the lollipop. The spherical space is several kilometers long and wide, and is divided into two parts. One is the building area at the bottom of the spherical space, and the other is the energy airflow above the building area. The building area is relatively old, all grey rocks, and there are not many buildings, only a dozen or so. In the middle of these buildings is a pyramid-like building, and all around are spherical buildings. It looks like these spherical buildings are surrounding this pyramid. As for the airflow above the construction area, it is not really airflow, but energy flow to be exact. It appears in the form of a vortex, and rotates in the spherical space. As it rotates, the energy in it continues to gush out along the well hole. Most of the energy of this energy vortex is released outward through this well hole, forming the eye-catching light column outside, while some of the energy penetrates into the surrounding walls of the cave. Through the wisdom eye, it can be found that the energy that penetrates into the cave wall will continue to accumulate, then float up little by little, and finally emerge from the ground around the well hole, which forms the GUIE land and the breathtaking GUIE light. Li Ming's figure was still slowly descending, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. Isn't it said that there should be Yi energy here? Could that vortex be it? Li Ming said to himself in confusion with a puzzled expression. Chapter 436 Black Object. The vortex energy is indeed a bit strange, but it is a bit of a stretch to say that it is easy energy, because this energy is relatively dispersed, just like light energy. The only difference is that the role and effect of this energy are different. But this energy is not the special energy that Li Ming previously knew. Simply put, this energy is released energy, just like a bullet shot out of a gun barrel. It cannot be reused, but it can continue to cause damage to other objects wherever it passes. In other words, the energy in front of us can erode the consciousness of various creatures, but it cannot be recycled and reused by any technology or civilization. Li Ming has seen through the essence of this energy through his wisdom eyes, but his figure is still falling. Could it be that easy energy does not exist at all? Li Ming whispered secretly. Of course, this is just Li Ming's guess, because Li Ming only learned about easy energy after arriving at Sprague Star, and his degree of cognition is completely based on the cognition of others, so it cannot be verified. With a burst of random thoughts in his mind, Li Ming's figure has approached the building on the ground, only a few dozen meters away from the building on the ground. At this time, Li Ming was in the center of the energy vortex, surrounded by fast spinning and colorful energy bodies, while the center of the vortex was relatively calm. This energy vortex was constantly weakening, because the energy here was constantly lost through the well hole in the cave wall. But if you stand outside and watch, you won't find anything unusual, because from the outside, the light column and the light around it have been continuously released, without increasing or decreasing. But from the overall energy inside, Li Ming can sense it very clearly. It feels like the bottom of a bucket of water is leaking. As long as there is water in the bucket, the leak will continue. You can't see the situation in the bucket at all, and Li Ming is like in the bucket. Li Ming didn't pay too much attention to the energy, and his eyes quickly focused on the building below. The figure continued to move downward, and the pyramid located in the middle of the building area immediately caught Li Ming's attention. This kind of building existed on Li Ming's home planet, so it looked a bit familiar, but the pyramid here is completely different from the one on Earth. Only the general appearance is somewhat similar. The pyramid here is more like an altar. It is a solid building with hundreds of meters long and wide, tens of meters high, and flat. There is a big hole on the top of the tower. The entrance of this big hole is very irregular. It is not artificially formed during construction, but it looks like something bursting out from it. As the figure approaches the entrance of the hole little by little, Li Ming's King Lang has already explored the entire building. The interior of the entire pyramid is solid, with only a space at the top, but the structural material inside the pyramid is different from the rock on the outside. But as far as Li Ming knows, it is still unknown what the material inside is. As for the only space at the top, Li Ming has been deeply attracted. The entrance of the cave is more than 10 meters long and wide, and it is pitch black inside. Li Ming's figure came to the entrance and stopped. Although King Lang has looked inside once, Li Ming still stood at the entrance of the cave cautiously and looked inside. Li Ming naturally has to be extra careful about this ancient place and objects. After confirming that it is safe, Li Ming entered it. Although it was pitch black from the entrance, it became brighter after entering. The walls and floor tiles inside were emitting a faint light, making the vision of the entire space extremely clear. Opposite the broken hole on the top was a circular instrument, 2 meters long and wide. The entire instrument was covered with strange characters, all of which were beyond Li Ming's cognition. Although Li Ming did not recognize the meaning of the characters, the appearance of the characters seemed familiar to Li Ming. His figure slowly descended to the ground, and he looked up at the surface of the circular instrument. His brows slightly frowned, and he couldn't help whispering, "These characters are so familiar." His eyes watched, and his feet were already walking around the entire circular instrument. The characters were in a row on this circular sphere, and each row of characters was completely different. This was something Li Ming had never seen in any civilization in the Milky Way. The entire spherical instrument was fixed by a triangular bracket, and there was a huge tubular object at the bottom of the spherical instrument. The object directly penetrated the building and connected to the underground, but where it led to and what it was used for was unknown. After walking half a circle around the sphere, Li Ming suddenly paused, took a deep breath, and said to himself, "I remember, these characters are the characters of the geocentric civilization." The surprised words in his mouth made his expression tense. The geocentric civilization again. Li Ming whispered. His expression became complicated, and his thoughts began to change. According to Li Ming's previous cognition, Li Ming had come into contact with the geocentric civilization for the third time. The first time was the ruins of Io in the outer system of the Milky Way, and the second time was the wandering planet encountered in the Bennu starfield. In these two times of cognition, Li Ming had limited information. The first time, Li Ming got the Beastman's illustrations and Shang. It feels that there is always some strange relationship between the geocentric civilization and the Beastman, but the second time, when he was on the wandering planet, Li Ming encountered the hatching and gene synthesis of the Zerg. But these ruins are very old places, and there is no way to know how long it has been. In such a long time ago, the geocentric civilization had already started these weird researches. As for now, it is even more unknown what level the civilization has reached. Looking at the sphere in front of him again, Li Ming shook his head slightly. There are indeed too many secrets about the geocentric civilization, but this cannot be imagined or guessed out of thin air. Therefore, after a period of wild thoughts, Li Ming turned around and walked to another place. Although the space around him is huge, it is already empty, with only some inconspicuous traces left. Li Ming's eyes swept around and could sense that there should be many facilities here, but they have all been taken away with the evacuation of personnel. There is nothing unusual except for the ruins left in the empty area. There is neither Yi energy nor other valuable things. The GUI land that the three galaxies are fighting for is just like this. After a bitter smile, Li Ming prepared to leave this place. But just as Li Ming was about to leave, his figure suddenly paused, and his eyes looked at the bottom of the spherical instrument in front of him. As far as this spherical instrument is concerned, there is nothing unusual except those characters, and the bottom of the spherical instrument is the thick tube that directly connects to the underground. The position that Li Ming paid attention to was the edge of the connection between the bottom of the sphere and the tube. A stream of energy was constantly released from there. This energy was very weak, so Li Ming had not noticed it before. It felt like there was a small piece of jade inside a stone. Only by breaking the stone could the jade be obtained. Li Ming took a few steps forward curiously, staring at the bottom with his eyes narrowed. After hesitating for a moment, Li Ming's right hand suddenly stretched out. With a light sound of Z, the lightsaber had extended from the palm of his hand. He clenched the lightsaber, raised his eyes slightly, looked at the spherical building in front of him, and then swung it horizontally. A flash of white light, the parts from the bottom to the top, was neatly cut off by Li Ming, and the bottom at this time appeared in front of him like the bottom of a bowl. Li Ming took 2 steps again and came closer. He looked down at the bottom with his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The bottom was a circular hole, just like the well hole, because this part was the part connected to the tubular object. The hole was pitch black, and nothing unusual could be sensed, not even a trace of energy. In the area beside the pipe mouth, a black object the size of a fingertip caught Li Ming's attention. The color inside the instrument was gray, and the black object similar to jade was particularly conspicuous at this moment, like a drop of black water, with a smooth and round surface, occasionally emitting faint light and weak energy. It was the weak energy that attracted Li Ming. After all objects containing energy are good things for Li Ming. With a light wave of his right hand towards the object, the black object immediately floated up and flew towards Li Ming. As soon as the object fell into his palm, Li Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. Chapter 437, Illusion of Ice Breath. The black object looked like jade and was only the size of a fingertip. Even if one sensed it from the outside, only a faint energy could be detected. However, as long as one entered it with consciousness, Li Ming was immediately startled. His eyes widened a little, and he whispered, "This contains such a powerful energy." Although the object was small, the energy inside was amazing. However, that energy was not special energy, nor was it easy energy. It was just ordinary energy. The power of the energy was beyond Li Ming's cognition and even imagination. It was a height that Li Ming could not reach. However, as he looked at it, Li Ming could not help but frown again, and whispered, "How can such a powerful energy be compressed into such a small object?" Li Ming was full of curiosity, but he could not figure it out. He could only look at the object in his hand and shook his head slightly. "Who cares? Put it away first." With this, Li Ming clenched his palm and put the object away. At this time, Li Ming did not leave immediately, but raised his head and looked outside from the broken top. The energy vortex was still outputting outward. After Li Ming looked at it for a few times, his head sank, and he fell into deep thought. His eyes could not help but turn, and he looked around again. If he left here now, Li Ming would have nowhere to go, and given Li Ming's current situation, it would be extremely dangerous to leave here. But even if he continued to stay here, those people outside would come in sooner or later, and Li Ming's situation would still be very passive. Thinking of this, a flash of thought suddenly flashed through Li Ming's mind. At this moment, Li Ming seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned his right hand, and a white light flashed in his palm. A crystal clear lotus appeared in his hand. It was the Ringsu that Li Ming synthesized by himself. When synthesizing new energy before, Li Ming also synthesized this Ringsu. His eyes sank slightly, looking at the Ringsu in his hand. He thought to himself, although Ringsu has been synthesized, with the current power of flowing clouds in my body, it is impossible to reach the interval advancement. Besides, Ringsu can only withstand 30 nebula powers, and to advance to the second interval, I need 54 nebula powers. Thinking of this, Li Ming could not help but shake his head, sighed slightly, clenched his palm, and put Ringsu away. Looking up at the sky, Li Ming's figure slowly floated up and flew outside. No matter what, I can't just sit here and wait for death. I have to give it a try. Thinking this in his mind, Li Ming's figure has been flying higher and higher, preparing to fly away from here along the well hole. After a moment of flying, Li Ming's figure came to the well hole. He looked around and flew straight in a direction. The area covered by Gui land is very wide. The direction Li Ming chose at this time is completely opposite to the direction he just came in. If there is a place with loose guards in such a huge area, it will naturally be more conducive to Li Ming's breakthrough. Thinking this in his heart, his figure was already flying quickly in the air, but before he flew far, Li Ming's figure paused and stopped on the spot, frowned slightly, and his slightly narrowed eyes were already looking into the distance. In the dim light in the distance, a huge figure was seen walking towards Li Ming's position. This person was wearing a light blue armor, which was somewhat similar to the armor of Takegofalo. The difference was that this person was taller, nearly 3 meters tall, with a big sword on his back. His burly figure gave people an invisible deterrent. Looking at the other person's figure from a distance, it was as if he saw a fierce warrior coming aggressively. Although there was only one person, the momentum was as if there were thousands of troops behind him. The most important thing was that there was a blue breath coming out of the light blue armor on the surface of his body, like blue smoke. Although the distance was still far, Li Ming could also feel the coldness in the breath. Li Ming's figure paused slightly, and his eyes kept turning. Within the distance that Li Ming's eyes could see, there was only this person, and no other figures. Only one person. Li Ming's mouth corners slightly raised. As he spoke, Li Ming's figure was getting closer and closer. Li Ming was in the air, and the other person was walking on the ground. At this time, the position here was already covered by the light of Gui, but the light energy here was relatively dim. Those who can enter here must have taken Cottrell's elixir. Without the elixir to protect themselves, not everyone can resist the energy of Gui light. Li Ming's figure in the air deviated slightly from the direction, and it would be best if he could avoid the other party's consciousness sensing area. After a while of flying, the distance between Li Ming and the other party was also shortened little by little, but the direction chosen by Li Ming deliberately deviated from the other party's position at a 45-degree angle. But as he got closer, Li Ming's figure suddenly paused, and his eyes looked at the other party again. The distance was too far before, and he only saw the other party as a figure, but after the distance was shortened, Li Ming discovered that this person was actually a 1.6 level civilization, which was the top existence of the second interval, and was a guy at the same level as Ufilo. Li Ming was looking at the other party, and the blue armored giant suddenly stopped in place. He turned his head slightly, and looked at Li Ming's position. Invisibly, the two people's eyes met. Just like this, Li Ming's body suddenly felt a chill, and his body even shivered. The person below was looking at Li Ming unintentionally, but as he looked, his eyes widened a little, and he whispered fiercely, "It's you?" Li Ming was startled when he heard this, and his thoughts changed. With the ability of his wisdom eyes, a vague message came into Li Ming's mind. He opened his mouth slightly, and muttered to himself, "Ice breath 1 IU." This was the only information obtained by Li Ming's wisdom eyes, which was the other party's name. Li Ming was not unfamiliar with this name. He had heard Gabby say before that Huana'u was the strongest war god in the Triangulum Galaxy. It was this person who captured Zuan Fang. When Li Ming thought of this information, his heart was even colder, and he thought to himself, MD, this is too unlucky. I wanted to change the way, to find a place where it is easy to break through, but I didn't expect to run into this guy. Having said that, Li Ming didn't dare to stay for a moment, and his figure turned and flew away quickly. Speeding up the flight, Li Ming just wanted to get away from this person and rush out of GUIE. Huana'u saw Li Ming. How could he let Li Ming go? His figure moved like a bullet. With the help of his legs and the ground, he flew straight up. Li Ming ran away without looking back, just wanting to get rid of the opponent in one go, but as soon as they met, the opponent used the force of the ground to close the distance between him and Li Ming. While flying, Huana'u waved his left hand, and a light blue beam flew out of his hand. The speed of the beam far exceeded the speed of flying, and it came in front of Li Ming in just a flash. The sudden appearance of the blue beam startled Li Ming, and his body suddenly turned, with blue light flashing on his body, and he fell straight down in an instant. This blue beam was extraordinary. Although it did not hit Li Ming, the powerful icy power penetrated his flesh as soon as it got close, which made people shudder. Li Ming's instant movement came from the instant light slash, which was also an instant movement, but the distance was limited. Because the wisdom eye could not predict the attack, Li Ming dodged in a hurry and his figure went straight to the ground. The predictive ability of the wisdom eye comes from the exploration of the enemy's mind. When the enemy has the idea of attacking, it knows it in advance. However, the civilization level of Huana'u has far exceeded Li Ming's prediction, so the sudden approach of the blue light made Li Ming dodge in a hurry. The dust and smoke on the ground flew, and Li Ming's figure squatted on the ground, his face extremely ugly. However, although the attack of the blue beam failed, after flying for a while, the light suddenly flashed and turned into a big blue bird. The wings of the blue bird flashed quickly, and after a sharp turn in the air, it swooped straight to the ground. Li Ming's violent landing caused the ground to be full of dust and smoke, and Li Ming's exact location could not be seen at all. The blue bird was like a missile, piercing straight into the smoke. Boom. A violent sound was heard, and the blue bird that pierced into the smoke disappeared like a small stone thrown into the smoke. But accompanied by a rumbling sound, blue ice cones rose up quickly. Before the smoke had completely dissipated, the ice cones had already penetrated through the smoke. Chapter 438, Ice and Fire Collision. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Li Ming's figure gradually emerged. At this time, Li Ming was half crouching on the ice cones, with scratches on many parts of his body. The broken wounds were like being cut by a sharp blade, and blood kept flowing out of them. At the feet of Li Ming was a huge cluster of ice cones, like a bunch of thorns formed by a pile of ice cones, with sharp and pointed ice thorns everywhere. Li Ming was standing in the ice rink, with his head slightly raised, and his eyes looking up at the sky. At this time, the tall figure of Huana'u had emerged in the air, looking down at the bottom with contempt, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "Are you the guy who escaped from Zufilo?" Li Ming said nothing, but just looked up at the other party fiercely. At this time, Huana'u opened his mouth and uttered a light hum, saying, "You can escape from Zufilo, but from me, you have no chance." As he spoke, Huana'u gently raised his right hand and stretched it behind his shoulder. He clenched his palm and tightly grasped the handle of the big knife behind him. At the moment when Huana'u grasped the blade, Li Ming's expression suddenly tightened, as if the opponent's action had completely tightened Li Ming's nerves. Li Ming's right thumb gently pushed, and there was a light snap. Li Ming completed this action in his pocket. His right hand was pulling out a red bud on the neat. In the dark pocket, Li Ming's right hand held the bud in his hand. His right hand suddenly exerted force, and there was a muffled bang. Red light was released from around Li Ming. The red light enveloped the surroundings like a red flame, and at the same time, high temperature was released little by little. Under the high temperature, the sharp ice cone melted little by little. The ice cone that was originally like a sharp blade had gradually become round, and slid down and flowed. Huana'u's eyes widened slightly, but he uttered a light hum. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he swung his right hand down fiercely. This swing was accompanied by the ice blade behind him. At the moment the ice blade fell, the air around him seemed to freeze and stop. The original hurricane also stopped abruptly, as if time had suddenly stopped. This change was caused by the cold air released by the ice blade. The extreme cold froze all energy, and the wind stopped and everything was still. With this action, a blue wave blade broke through the air. Li Ming's expression tightened, and his momentum suddenly changed. The red flame spread out, and the ground around him rumbled. Cracks more than 1 foot wide were scattered and cracked from the ground. At this time, the blue wave blade in the air suddenly flashed, and it seemed to have crossed a space, and came to a few dozen meters in front of Li Ming. At this distance, it would hit Li Ming in less than a second. But at this critical moment, those cracks suddenly washed out more than a dozen red vines. The main body of these dozen vines was pure black, but the surface was burning with red flames. The vines were distributed around Li Ming in the form of a ring. At this moment, they sprang out from the ground at the same time, crossing each other and blocking Li Ming's head. It was like a huge palm wrapping Li Ming in it. At this moment, the blue wave blade in the sky had arrived, and the intersection of more than a dozen vines also went straight up, like more than a dozen fingers popping out at the same time. Boom. With a loud bang, the world changed in an instant. The whole sky cooled down instantly with a blue wave blade. Under the extreme cold, the wind and sand stopped immediately. With the naked eye, you can clearly see the process of the wind and sand in the air from high altitude. It was as if this blue wave blade was pulling down a blue curtain, and everything returned to silence wherever the curtain passed. But the vines on the ground were completely the opposite. When the flaming vines were ejected into the air, they were accompanied by stronger hurricanes and high temperatures. It seemed to be just a collision between the wave blade and the vines, but in fact it was a collision between stillness and movement, ice, and fire. The entire sky and the ground seemed to be divided into two parts. The sky part was light blue and still, while the ground part was dark red and violent. Airflow, dust, and high temperature kept churning and rolling. With the collision of cold and heat, a strange scene immediately appeared. The collision point of the blue wave blade and the flame began to change. All the air around began to move towards this point in a vortex shape, and the hot and cold air in the sky and the ground were also drawn into it. The vortex expanded rapidly, and a hurricane formed in an instant. The eyes could no longer see the energy changes at the center point. All they could see was a piece of flying and drifting dust. The area within a few kilometers was completely covered by this wind and sand. Li Ming was in the center surrounded by vines, staring at the sky. The surroundings of his body were completely covered by the sand and dust hurricane, and his vision was almost zero. However, Li Ming's body stood still in the hurricane, and seemed to be unaffected. The phantom in the sky looked down coldly, with no expression on his cold face. He only opened his mouth slightly and whispered, "What kind of weapon is that? It can actually withstand my attack." The hurricane vortex also indirectly affected the weather around it, causing the air currents in the sky of the entire GUI land to change. At this time, two figures were originally heading straight for the light column in the middle of GUI land, but they stopped when they saw the amazing sky in the distance. These two people were Cottrell and Biggs. Cottrell's eyes were focused, looking at the hurricane vortex. His eyes changed slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Biggs, who was following behind Cottrell, also looked coldly. His eyebrows shrank under his solemn expression, and his eyes quickly turned back to Cottrell and said, "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Cottrell smiled lightly and said, "No, our goal is E-energy, and the rest has nothing to do with us." Having said that, Cottrell continued to walk towards the light column. But Biggs stood there motionless, still looking at the storm in the distance, his eyes watching, but he thought to himself, "It can't be that guy." Cottrell, who had taken a few steps, suddenly paused, noticed that Biggs, who was still standing there, turned slightly, and said, "Are you worried about that guy?" Biggs's eyes immediately returned to Cottrell and said, "I just don't want him to die so soon." Hehe. Cottrell chuckled a few times, looked at the hurricane vortex again, and said, "If that guy really appears in that direction, then he is really dead." As soon as he said this, Biggs immediately turned his eyes back to Cottrell. Cottrell continued, "According to the plan for entering the GUI land, that direction should be the direction of the Triangulum Galaxy into Arniu. Ice Breath Huanayu is known as the strongest war god of the Triangulum Galaxy, with a 1.6 level civilization and strength, the top of the second interval. Do you think that, if that guy appears there, is there a possibility of survival? Cottrell said lightly. Hearing this, Biggs narrowed his eyes slightly, and his cold expression was startled. It seemed that something suddenly occurred to him. At this time, Cottrell took 2 steps back, and came to Biggs, saying, "Let's go. I have been preparing for a long time, to get the easy energy. Now is the key point of this plan. I don't want any trouble to happen." Biggs glanced at him, and continued to look at the hurricane in the distance. After hesitating for a while, he turned and walked towards the light column. As he walked, he said, "Are you sure about the effect of that pill? If it is to get the easy energy, it is very important." Cottrell smiled and walked towards the direction of the light column, saying, "Among all the pills, only you and I are taking special medicine. If you want to resist the strongest light in the GYE land, even the special medicine won't last too long. Now, only you and I can really get close to the light column. Get the easy energy in one fell swoop." Cottrell said so without stopping. Biggs, who was walking in front, just rolled his eyes, glanced at Cottrell behind him, and said nothing more. At this moment, the huge storm around Li Ming's body began to weaken little by little, and the hurricane and dust began to disappear little by little. The energy of the blue wave blade had been exhausted, and the violent hurricane vortex naturally stabilized. Everything was like clouds and fog dissipating, and gradually returned to its original state. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Ice Rider Dragon. The dust faded away, but the hurricane was still there, but the wind was very weak. The wind speed at this time was the natural wind speed that existed on this planet. The vines that wrapped Li Ming spread out little by little, like tentacles. Li Ming stood in the center of the vines, looked up and coldly looked at Huanayu in the air. Huanayu's expression was as cold as ever, holding the big knife tightly in his hand, and his figure was also lowered little by little. When he was only a dozen meters away from Li Ming, Huanayu's figure stopped and said, "It seems, it's not a coincidence, that you can escape from Zufilo's hands." Li Ming looked up at him and said, "I don't think there is much connection between me and the Triangulum Galaxy. Why are you chasing me?" Huanayu stood still without saying a word. After a moment, he raised the ice blade in his hand again and said coldly, "No, I'm just following the orders of the headquarters." Li Ming's brows tightened when he heard this, and his teeth clenched tightly together. Although Li Ming used the divine weapon Niteng, it was still impossible for Li Ming to defeat the opponent. Moreover, there was a more important problem. Once the battle continued, it would definitely attract the attention of other enemies. At that time, Li Ming would be unable to escape. Just as Li Ming was thinking, Huanayu in the air suddenly had his eyes wide open. His cold light was exposed, and he flashed and rushed towards Li Ming. Li Ming did not dare to think about other things, and focused on the enemy opposite. Before Huanayu really got close, the flaming vines around him immediately made a swoosh sound, like a group of swift poisonous snakes, flying over. The vines shuttled at high speed with flames, and the high temperature was raging wherever they passed. Not to mention, being hit by the vines. Even if they were brushed by the vines, they would be burned by the high temperature. Huanayu's figure fell down, and after a few flashes, he came to the ground. With the vines shuttling back and forth, Huanayu could only swing his sword to defend or dodge. The high temperature and coldness blended with each other, and green smoke continued to emerge from Huanayu's body. Under the high temperature, it seemed that the air around was deformed, and Huanayu's face changed slightly. He whispered, "This temperature, even my armor has begun to melt." Huanayu's figure dodged in the vines, but he couldn't get close to Li Ming. The closer he got to Li Ming, the higher the temperature became, as if the ice blade and armor could no longer withstand it. At this time, although Li Ming was tense and tried his best, he was still exhausted. The more he wanted to force the power of the artifact, the more energy he consumed, and the consumption of his mental power was also very huge. But fortunately, Li Ming has biological civilization, because the use of artifacts corresponds to the foundation of civilization, and nirvana corresponds to biological civilization, so Li Ming has an advantage in the use of artifacts, but for this level, it is still a bit reluctant to force the use of artifacts. Li Ming was holding on, and Huanai did not force himself to get close, and retreated to a distance after a few jumps, leaving the attack range of the vines. Huanai re-examined Li Ming and those fiery vines. At this time, Li Ming was almost at his limit, and the flames of the vines began to weaken. His face was extremely ugly, and his tired face seemed to be unable to support himself. Looking at Huanai who retreated far away, Li Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he relaxed his body, the flames on 4 or 5 of the dozen vines sharply decreased, and after a twist and swing, they retracted into the ground little by little. After relaxing his control over energy, Niteng's power naturally decreased rapidly, and there were less than 10 vines around his body, and the red flames on them also greatly subsided. The flames subsided, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Huanai saw all these phenomena, and his expression then relaxed, and he also relaxed a little, and whispered, "I originally planned to use that trick, but now it seems it's completely unnecessary. This guy has reached his limit." As he said this, Huanai's right hand suddenly clenched the ice blade again, and with the power of his feet stepping on the ground, his figure shot out with a whoosh. Li Ming just took a few deep breaths, and when he saw Huanai's figure disappear, his face immediately tightened again. The vines around his body suddenly burst into flames, as if they had suddenly burst into flames, and then they began to attack Huanai. The vines were like tongues of fire, moving quickly with blazing heat, but the number was much less than before, which meant that the density and base number of attacks were reduced. And this was exactly what Huanai wanted to see. In a flash, his figure was less than 100 meters away from Li Ming. A vine slapped down like a long whip. Huanai raised his right hand and swung the ice blade fiercely. Bang! He slashed down with a knife. Although he did not cut the vines, he directly blocked them with the knife. Then he clenched his right hand and shouted, "Ice Rider, do along." As soon as the voice fell, a bright light suddenly flashed across Huanai's ice blade, just like a flash of light on a mirror, and then a cold blue halo shot out from it. These blue halos were strip-shaped, like snakes flying out of a blade. The blue halo lines spread out and spun around the illusion. The icy field was immediately formed, and the lines completely wrapped up the illusion as they shuttled back and forth. Li Ming frowned when he saw this. No matter what powerful tricks the opponent was going to use, he had to strangle it in the cradle before it took shape. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his right hand aimed at the position of the illusion and grabbed it. With this action, a flaming vine flew out quickly, and it was directly inserted into the blue halo line. Before the vine got close, a head jumped out of the rotating blue halo with a whoosh. This head looked a bit like a snake, but it was covered with sharp ice spikes, and the neck connected to the head was also sharp ice blades, which looked like scales, but were actually as sharp as blades. As soon as the ice monster jumped out, it bit the flaming vine, and dissolved the vine's attack. Li Ming's face suddenly changed when he saw this. His eyes widened a little, and he immediately waved his right hand again. At this time, he was about to mobilize all the vines to launch a fierce attack on Huanai, but Huanai looked indifferent, just holding his ice blade high, not caring about Li Ming's attack. Sure enough, with the attack of the flaming vines, more ice monster heads popped out of the halo. As long as the vines approached, the ice monster would bite them off and dissolve the vine's attack. The vines and the ice monsters suddenly intertwined with each other, like two poisonous tongues attacking each other, entangled with each other, and a large amount of green smoke continued to emerge. The fusion of ice and fire was fully displayed at this moment, and the competition here was more about their respective energies. Li Ming's civilization level and energy volume were not as good as the other party, and the key was the gap in the range, which made Li Ming only barely cope with it, even if he used the artifact. The vines were bound by the ice monster, and the effect of the artifact was suppressed. In terms of Li Ming's current level of use of the artifact, this was already the limit. At this moment, the blue halo no longer appeared in the ice blade raised by Huanai. The ice rider named Duolong had finished summoning. He retracted the knife with his right hand, turned his eyes, and looked at Li Ming. Li Ming was stunned when he saw this. Although the opponent's ice blade was not a magic weapon, it was also a high-level floating dust weapon. He had barely blocked the opponent's attack with the magic weapon. Now the power of the magic weapon was suppressed by the ice monster named Duolong, which made Li Ming worried. Huan Ai's figure flew up little by little. After looking at Li Ming again, he said, "It's time to end." As he said this, his right hand was raised, and the cold breath suddenly shook. The blue armor on the surface of the body suddenly flashed, and the cold light spread out. Before he moved, the momentum had already enveloped the surroundings. The momentum was like a cold wind blowing into people's hearts. Li Ming only felt his heart tighten, as if the god of death was about to come. The next moment, Huan Ai moved and quickly approached Li Ming. At the same time, the ice blade was raised high and chopped directly at Li Ming's head. Chapter 440, Feeling right is very important. Li Ming clenched his right hand tightly, and the golden smoke immediately dispersed from his arm. He raised his eyes, and his eyeballs had turned into two angles in his sharp eyes. The golden smoke suddenly became stronger, and he stretched out his right hand and pushed it directly towards Huan Ai. As his palm was pushed out, the golden smoke suddenly spun and formed a golden hand in front of his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, Li Ming's golden hand grasped the opponent's ice blade. The golden hand was a magic shield formed by pure energy. Its power was naturally self-evident. However, under the opponent's ice blade, the golden hand was actually a little shaky. Light blue cold air was released from the ice blade little by little, and the cold air eroded the golden hand little by little. The naked eye could clearly see that a little bit of frost was emerging on the surface of the golden hand. This condensed frost was an energy suppression, and the golden energy of the magic shield was being swallowed up by the cold current little by little. Looking at these with his eyes, Li Ming gritted his teeth and used all the energy in his body. But even though Li Ming had used up all his energy, the golden hand was still being swallowed up bit by bit. Because Li Ming had used too much energy on the golden hand, Niteng's flaming vines shrank bit by bit and were further suppressed by the ice monster Duolong. Suddenly, the breath of the ice monster and the cold current of the ice blade surrounded the area bit by bit. MLGB, is it really the end? Li Ming gritted his teeth and watched the golden hand being swallowed up bit by bit. Just as Li Ming was worried, a crisp sound of bang was heard, and the golden hand broke like an ice cube, and the ice blade came to the front. Boom. A loud noise was heard, and the ice blade had already chopped down. As the ice blade landed, a strong cold current spread out from the landing point of the ice blade like a water ripple. The spreading cold current was a light blue halo, and ice suddenly rose wherever the halo passed. As long as it was affected by the halo, it would be covered by ice. After a while, the ground within 100 meters was covered with a layer of ice cones, and the place where Huan Ai's ice blade fell was covered with ice spikes several meters high. But Li Ming was not there where the blade fell. Huan Ai's expression did not change much. He slowly stood up and picked up the ice blade. He turned his eyes and looked into the distance. Two figures appeared on the ice 100 meters away. One of them was Li Ming, and the other was Gabby. Li Ming half crouched on the ground, turned his eyes, looked at Gabby, and said, "I didn't expect you to save me." Gabby smiled slightly and said, "Life is full of surprises, but also full of surprises." Li Ming then stood up, looked at Huan Ai in the distance, and continued, "Is it worth losing your life for a stranger?" Gabby waved his right hand, and the long sword was taken out again. He stared at Huan Ai and said, "If it feels right, it's worth it. Besides, I'm from the Andromeda Galaxy." Li Ming paused and looked at the other party again. Gabby's right hand suddenly exerted force, holding the long sword tightly. White arcs danced on the surface of the sword, and his face immediately became serious. He said, "If you still have a little gratitude for me saving you just now, leave here quickly. I don't want you to see me making a fool of myself later." Li Ming paused after hearing this, and his eyes suddenly focused on Gabby beside him. A warm feeling surged into his heart, and it felt like seeing his companions on his home planet. Since Li Ming embarked on the road to pursue a higher civilization, he had never met an alien who risked his life to help him. At this time, Gabby's actions suddenly made Li Ming's heart warm. Looking at the other party's face, and then looking at Huan Ai in the distance, From Li Ming's cognition, Gabby could not defeat Yu. If he really ran away like this, it would be hard to justify it. However, when he thought of Gabby's words just now, his original expression suddenly relaxed. Remember to survive. I have never had an alien friend. Whispering like this, Li Ming's figure really turned and walked away. Gabby glanced at Li Ming from the corner of his eye, smiled lightly, and said nothing more. At this time, Yu in the distance still saw Li Ming's figure about to leave. He moved his body, stepped hard with both feet, and flew out, and came to Gabby's head. Yu didn't care about Gabby, but ran straight to Li Ming behind him. Gabby immediately realized something, and suddenly stabbed the long sword in his hand into the ground fiercely, whispering, "Thunder Sword Domain." In an instant, the arcs on the long sword spread along the ground, and in a blink of an eye, a circular domain had emerged. This circular domain is hundreds of meters long and wide, with a white light curtain at the edge. There are slight arcs jumping in the light curtain, which looks very strange. Yu is trapped in this domain. The sky in the domain is constantly thundering and dark clouds, and there are also subtle arcs jumping on the light curtain, which makes people dare not approach easily. Hearing the sound of thunder, Li Ming couldn't help but turn his head back, staring at the light screen without saying a word, but he only paused for a second before continuing to walk away. At this time, Yu looked at Li Ming's figure going away, and his angry eyes turned to Gabby. "Gabby, don't think that I won't do anything to you, just because we are in a cooperative relationship now. You want to let this person go, but don't forget that this person is also the one you want to capture in the Andromeda galaxy." Yu's cold voice came. Gabby chuckled a few times, turned around and looked at Li Ming's back, then looked at Yu and said, "Did you see that back? That's someone I haven't met in all these years of interstellar travel. If the feeling is right, the rest is not important." Yu's figure slowly turned, and his whole body was facing Gabby. His cold face had turned ugly. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Traveler Gabby, you are indeed not very likable." While speaking, Yu had already raised the ice blade in his hand. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his figure flew straight down. Gabby below also waved his hand, pulled out the arc sword directly across his chest, and whispered, "It just so happens that I don't like you very much either." Boom. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Li Ming, who was already far away, suddenly paused. He occasionally heard thunder in his ears. He turned his head and looked. The sky in the distance was slightly bright. Because the distance was too far, even Li Ming, who had a keen eye, could not see anything, but the light column in the GUI land was still faintly visible. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Ming continued to walk deeper. If you want to leave Sprague Star, you must have a spaceship. If you want to get a spaceship, you must first find the base of the 3 major galaxies on Sprague Star. Li Ming released King Long while walking along the ground. Li Ming needed to find a base. Li Ming kept moving forward in the wind and sand, and he was getting farther and farther away from GUI land. It was naturally safe for Li Ming to stay away from GUI land, but there was another disadvantage to staying away from GUI land. That is, the chance of encountering a base would also be reduced. GUI land was the main target of the 3 major galaxies this time, so large and small bases would be built close to each other, but Li Ming had to try his luck. After all, it was safer to stay away from GUI land. While walking, Li Ming took Liu and Dan to restore his energy, used Ghost Key to heal his wounds, and kept looking for a base. Li Ming walked for dozens of days and nights. According to the cycle of Sprague, Li Ming's trip took more than half a month. During such a long time, although Li Ming was far away from GUI, he really didn't encounter any base, let alone any spaceship. Standing on the top of a mountain, looking around, Li Ming had to find another way. After all, he couldn't hide on Sprague for the rest of his life. While Li Ming was thinking about this, a small aircraft flew from the sky in the distance, and Li Ming's eyes immediately turned to look over. The aircraft was not flying high, only 100 meters away from the ground. The geographical environment at this time was not a desert plain, but a mountain area. This kind of place was originally extremely desolate, and the sudden appearance of the aircraft at this time was a bit strange. Li Ming looked at the figure in the distance without moving, and the path of the aircraft just passed over Li Ming's head. Swoosh, with a sound of air fluctuation, the aircraft flew through the air without finding any trace of Li Ming. But this is normal. Even if there are aircraft in such a place, they are all automatic driving. There is no need to search and scan. After all, it is almost impossible for alien life to appear in such a place. The speed of the aircraft is extremely fast. Even if Li Ming is prepared, he can't do anything. But looking at the direction of the aircraft, Li Ming suddenly paused. After the aircraft passed over Li Ming's head again, it suddenly stopped not far away and slowly landed in a mountain. Li Ming was immediately attracted by this movement. It must be suspicious for an aircraft to land in such a place. With his eyes turning slightly, Li Ming seemed to have discovered a new world and couldn't help feeling a little excited. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He moved his body and flew in that direction. Chapter 441, Andromeda High-Level System. Li Ming was flying slowly over the mountains, and King Lang was already exploring in front of him. After a while, Li Ming suddenly stopped and whispered, "Sure enough, there is a base here." As he spoke, Li Ming did not approach rashly, but fell back little by little and ran to the ground. Li Ming came to the hillside of mountain, which was full of rocks. If he hid here, it would be difficult to be discovered. Li Ming came under a huge rock and sat cross-legged. At this time, King Lang was already shuttling quickly in the valley not far ahead. There were more than a dozen buildings in the valley, and these buildings were hidden inside the rocks. Simply put, these buildings were hollowed out from the rocks here, and then reconstructed the living area inside. King Lang's figure kept shuttling back and forth, and he had completely figured out the situation here. This place cannot be called a base, because it is very small, but it can be regarded as an organization. The most important thing is that the personnel organization here has nothing to do with the three major galaxies. At this time, inside one of the rocks, two aliens were sitting at the table and talking to each other. One was from a 1.6 level civilization named Alvarez, and the other was from a 1.2 level civilization named Acheson. All the information King Lang could grasp came from the consciousness of Acheson. Acheson sat at the table with a worried look on his face and said, "Now the entire Sprague star has been completely blocked, and the possibility of leaving from space is almost zero." Alvarez's face changed slightly, his eyes rolled, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Why is there such a big commotion all of a sudden? Does that mean our plan can only be delayed?" Acheson took a deep breath and continued, "According to the information I got, because the easy energy was taken away by two people, the three major galaxies were very angry, so they joined forces to blockade Sprague star. Although now only the space of Sprague star is blocked, I believe they will soon launch a ground search. Although this matter has nothing to do with us, once the other party launches a carpet search, we may also be exposed," Acheson said with some concern. Alvarez nodded slowly, his face solemn. After thinking for a moment, he said, "But we haven't got the things yet. If we retreat like this, it will be difficult to explain to Swordsman Eugene." Hearing this, Acheson sighed again, with a helpless look on his face, and said, "What should we do now? If we are discovered, it will be really bad." Alvarez raised his hand, his face suddenly became serious, and said, "I have been here for so long, and I finally found out the whereabouts of Guo Shang. It would be a pity to give up like this. Don't worry, wait for me to think of a way." Alvarez said this, already in deep thought. The content of the conversation between the two was seen by King Lang, and Li Ming, who was on the mountainside, naturally grasped all of this. Li Ming's expression did not change, and he continued to let King Lang explore, because from Acheson's mind, Li Ming found more secrets. As more information entered his mind, Li Ming's face also changed in waves, and his expression changed, as if he knew something big. New cognitive information slowly emerged in Li Ming's mind. These information seemed complicated, but there was a certain order. These new information made Li Ming sink into it. He slowly closed his eyes and began to read the content carefully. The content was like a little blurry picture slowly appearing. In ancient times, Acheson and Alvarez were both star system civilization species in the Andromeda galaxy. At that time, the Andromeda galaxy was a large galaxy with multiple civilizations and species, just like the current Milky Way. But later, with the advancement and improvement of advanced civilization species, the order of the large galaxies began to change. The strong plundered resources, constantly expelled or killed the weak, and left more resources for their own race. In order to escape the disaster, some galaxy civilizations had to flee the Andromeda galaxy and run to its nearby satellite galaxies for development. But when survival was guaranteed and everything stabilized, these civilizations that had escaped still wanted to counterattack the Andromeda galaxy, regain their lost resources in the name of revenge. But this is obviously not a simple galaxy war that can be solved, because the Andromeda galaxy has been completely ruled, and it is very difficult, even if external forces want to overthrow it. There are currently two civilizations that have been planning to overthrow the rule of the Andromeda galaxy. One is the Nusu civilization and the other is the Jinro civilization. Nusu was the civilization that resisted the most fiercely at the beginning, and only 4 of its senior leaders survived. But despite this, Nusu is still looking for ways to take revenge. Jinro is different. The Jinro civilization was relatively intact when it retreated, and most of its senior leaders still existed, and its strength was still preserved. Although it was also looking for revenge, it never had the chance. After another baptism of the law of the jungle, the Andromeda galaxy was finally completely ruled by 2 other civilizations. One is the Bay civilization and the other is the Naxi civilization. Although there are 2 civilizations, there is only one ruler, which is equivalent to being completely unified. The highest leader of Andromeda is the Queen. Achson's consciousness does not have this person's name, civilization level and other information, only the title of Queen. There are 3 major forces under the Queen. The first is the High Priest, followed by the Commander Kyang-hun, and the third is the Counselor Tizen. Li Ming naturally knew about Kyang-hun and Tizen, but he didn't know about the 2 above him. Even Tizen didn't have much information in his consciousness. There are also some powerful generals and even war god level figures among them. Such a powerful and complicated circle of people are all the ruling class of the advanced civilization here, and this information only strengthened Li Ming's general understanding of the Andromeda galaxy. But the current target of Achison and Alvarez is an item called Jiuoshang. Li Ming cannot passively detect where the item is through his wisdom eyes, let alone know the use of this item. But one thing is certain, that is, this item is extremely important to Alvarez and Achison, and it is also the reason why they can exist on Sprague's star. Overall, this information is not of much use to Li Ming, but only allows Li Ming to roughly understand the relationship between them and the current ruler of the Andromeda galaxy, as well as the high-level system of the current ruler of Andromeda. Recalling this information in his mind, Li Ming's expression was still calm, without much abnormality, but as King Lan continued to explore, a new piece of information appeared in Li Ming's mind. Li Ming originally planned to continue to explore other information in Achison's mind, but now Achison suddenly mentioned this information to Alvarez. Although this information was insignificant in the other party's mouth, it was extremely important in Li Ming's view. Achison and the Stonehouse had been discussing the matter of Jiuoshang with Alvarez for most of the day, but now the space of Sprague has been blocked, and the 2 people's discussion has not made much progress. This caused the discussion to stagnate, and the 2 could only look at each other with a sad face. At this time, Achison's eyes moved slightly. He seemed to have thought of some other information and said, "There is one more piece of information. I don't know whether I should say it or not." Alvarez was in a dilemma. When he heard this, he immediately replied, "It's already this time and there is nothing to say or not. Tell me first." Achison nodded slightly, but after hesitating for a while, he said, "Now the 3 major galaxies are preparing to execute 2 prisoners. The main purpose is to anger the 2 people who took the Yi energy." Alvarez didn't care about it, but after thinking about it carefully, he immediately became interested. He stared at Achison and said, "I just heard you say that 2 people took the Yi energy. What happened? Tell me in detail." Achison then replied seriously, "The 2 people to be executed are Gabby from the Andromeda galaxy and Biggs from the Milky Way." Gabby was executed because he and a man named Li Ming worked together to take the Yi energy from the Jiuai land. As for the man named Biggs, he and a man named Cottrell in the Milky Way suddenly rebelled, entered the center of the Jiuai land without the knowledge of the 3 major galaxies, and took away the Yi energy. Now the 3 major galaxies are jointly searching for the man named Li Ming and Cottrell. Having said that, Acheson paused, and then continued, as for Gabby and Biggs, they are accomplices of these two people, and they have also been arrested, so their execution is also, to anger or intimidate Li Ming and Cottrell, so that these two people will not hide anymore, and come out earlier. This is not a secret anymore. In a few days, the three major galaxies will send spacecraft to spread the signal waves of these two messages across the entire Sprague star, so that the two people will know, and will not hide anymore, and will voluntarily hand over the Yi energy. Acheson continued. Alvarez also listened very seriously, and thought while listening, and then asked, when will they start to execute the two people? Acheson shook his head slightly and said, I don't know much about this, but we will know after receiving the signal wave in 2 days. Alvarez nodded meaningfully, his eyes focused, as if thinking about something. Acheson looked at the other party's thoughtful expression, with a puzzled look on his face. After hesitating for a while, he said, why? Is this information still useful to us? Alvarez slowly sat up straight, did not answer immediately, and was still thinking deeply. After a moment, he said, whether it is useful or not, it is hard to say now. If these two guys can take the easy energy from the three major galaxies, it means that these two guys still have some means. If these two people really show up on the day when the three major galaxies execute the prisoners, can we also find some opportunities? Chapter 442, Ambitious Cottrell. Li Ming sat in the pile of stones, his eyes widened a little, and he whispered, are you going to execute Gabby? This information was the most important information that Li Ming obtained from Acheson's brain consciousness. If it was still the previous time, when he chatted with Gabby all night, Li Ming did not have a great feeling for this person. At that time, Li Ming still had doubts, because all the words and deeds of the people around him might just be for the method he mastered to enter the GUI land. But then Gabby sacrificed himself to save him. That was the time when Li Ming was most touched. Li Ming was not very clear about the reason for this behavior in alien civilizations, but in the civilization of Li Ming's mother star, those who can sacrifice themselves to save you must be close friends. In his heart, Li Ming regarded this person as his friend. Hearing the information that Gabby might be executed, Li Ming's heart was entangled. Sitting in the same place, he began to think. The top leaders of the three major galaxies are all advanced civilizations in the second interval. What should I do? Li Ming secretly muttered to himself, and couldn't help but look up slightly and look at the sky. Li Ming naturally didn't want to see Gabby die, but he was powerless to save Gabby, which put Li Ming in a dilemma. After sitting cross-legged for a while, Li Ming slowly stood up and looked at the valley not far away, but turned and left. Li Ming had given up his original plan to steal the spaceship and leave. Turning and walking away was another option for Li Ming. Rescuing Gabby. How to rescue and how to do it, Li Ming had no idea, but he could only think while walking. Li Ming's direction this time was completely reversed, heading towards GUI land. In any case, Li Ming should get close to those bases to find out the real situation of Gabby now. Walking back along the mountain range, the same path as when he came here, after crossing several mountains, the sky was already slightly bright, and the early morning sun began to warm the surface of Sprague star. Li Ming had come to a huge rock at this time. The rock was located between the mountains, and was not very noticeable compared to the surrounding mountains, but standing on the rock, Li Ming could already feel the sunlight that was about to fill the earth. But just as Li Ming was about to continue on his way, he suddenly paused. He did not leave the rock, but turned his head slightly to the side, looking at another rock not far from the rock. This rock was smaller and relatively far from Li Ming, but Li Ming sensed a strange aura there. This was the path Li Ming had walked before, and he did not find anything unusual at the time. The aura at this time made Li Ming cautious. His brows were slightly wrinkled, his eyes were focused, and his consciousness covered the entire area. But after a careful look, Li Ming's expression suddenly became startled, and his original expression slowed down. He smiled slightly and said, "Come out, hiding is meaningless." As soon as the voice fell, a figure slowly walked out from behind the rock. This person was Cottrell, but Cottrell was not in a good condition at the moment. His armor was damaged a lot, and even the mask on his face was only half left, but his expression was still calm, and there was nothing unusual. On the surface, Cottrell had certainly experienced some kind of battle, but the other party was not too different. When he saw Li Ming, he did not change much either. However, under Li Ming's sharp eyes, the information in the other party's mind also emerged bit by bit. Cottrell slowly approached Li Ming and did not stop until he was 5 or 6 meters away from Li Ming. Despite the other party's approach, Li Ming still stood there motionless, as if he was not worried that the other party would suddenly attack him. Of course, Li Ming could be so relieved because his sharp eyes had seen that the other party had no ill intentions. "Would you like to talk somewhere else?" Cottrell smiled at Li Ming. Li Ming's eyes sank, and he looked at the other party intently. After a moment, he snorted and said, "Of course." Hearing Li Ming's agreement, Cottrell's mouth corners slightly raised, showing satisfaction, and turned around and walked behind him. Li Ming looked at the other party's back, hesitated for a moment, jumped off the rock, and slowly followed. After a while, the two stopped in front of a mountain. The mountains here were bare, like a huge rock, and at the bottom, a deep black hole had appeared. The entrance of this cave was not round, but irregularly flat and round, which was formed naturally. Cottrell just paused for a moment and walked in. Li Ming looked at the entrance of the cave and followed him inside. Entering the spacious cave, it was pitch black inside, without any light, and not far away, he came to the end of the cave. At this time, a well appeared on the ground. The well was 2 meters long and wide, and it was pitch black inside, and a strange breath could be sensed from it. Cottrell came to the entrance of the cave, stretched out his hand and gently pointed at the entrance of the cave, only to see blue light flashing, and a blue vortex suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave, which was the portal. After doing this, Cottrell turned around and smiled at Li Ming and took the lead to step into it. As soon as he stepped on the blue vortex, his figure disappeared from the spot with a buzz. Li Ming just watched quietly without much expression. After Cottrell finished teleporting, Li Ming followed and stepped into it. Similarly, with a buzz, Li Ming's figure also disappeared. At this time, the blue vortex at the mouth of the well hole paused, and the blue light faded and disappeared little by little. When his figure appeared again, Li Ming was already in an empty cave. The wall of this cave was relatively rough, and it was dozens of meters long and wide, which was very huge. The most important thing was that there were several experimental tables in such a simple cave, and various liquids and materials were placed on them. In the distance of this cave, a brown worm was gnawing on the rocks and continuing to dig the cave. This worm was 4 or 5 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide, like an ordinary caterpillar, but it gnawed the rocks very quickly, just like a worm gnawing on green leaves. It only took a while to gnaw out a large area. Obviously, the alien insect played an important role in digging such a deep underground hole in such a short time. Li Ming did not feel strange at all that Cottrell could summon such an alien insect. In addition to the experimental table, there was also a meteorite table. Cottrell came to the meteorite table and sat down slowly. Li Ming also sat down at the table with him. You can create such a hiding space in such a short time. Your means and abilities really make people love and hate you. Li Ming sat down, his eyes still looking around. Cottrell smiled faintly and replied, "Just like your eyes, not very attractive." HMPH. Li Ming snorted, his gaze returned to Cottrell, and said, "Let's talk about business first. You invited me here, you didn't invite me here to visit, did you?" Cottrell still had a smile on his face. After looking Li Ming up and down, his eyes suddenly changed. He chuckled twice and said, "You are so confident to come here with me, aren't you afraid that I will snatch the Yi energy from you?" Li Ming sighed deeply, and a bit of impatience appeared on his face. He said, "You have been to the underground of the Gyi land. You should know whether there is Yi energy there. Why do you have to ask this to trick me?" Cottrell paused slightly, and did not respond immediately. But Li Ming continued, "Now the 3 galaxies have all determined that you and I possess Yi energy. If it weren't for this, we probably wouldn't be sitting together and talking like this." Hehe. Cottrell laughed slightly and continued to look at Li Ming. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "The 3 galaxies can't do anything to me. I'm looking for you for another reason. Yes, according to my observation, Yi energy has been transformed into natural energy and is evaporating like water. However, I do know a lot more secrets about Yi energy. You and I may need a close cooperation, Cottrell said cautiously. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled, but said nothing. Seeing Li Ming's smile, Cottrell continued, I can tell you all the secrets about Yi energy, and of course, I will give you certain benefits. I just hope you can do me a favor. Li Ming shook his head calmly and replied directly, I have no interest in Yi energy, and I would know, even if you don't tell me. As for the benefits you mentioned, I might be somewhat interested. Cottrell raised his lips and said again, Li Ming, although you have wisdom eyes, I have done a lot of research and efforts on your eyes. Are you sure you can see the real information from my brain? Eyes are the organs that are most easily deceived and blinded, Cottrell said meaningfully. As soon as this sentence came out, Li Ming's face gradually darkened. Li Ming had already experienced the difference of this Cottrell. Soul transfer, suppression of artifacts, and even the development of refining pills. All kinds of abilities have subverted Li Ming's cognition, so when the other party said this, Li Ming's heart still skipped a beat. Cottrell continued, for you now, cooperation with me is the only choice. Li Ming listened seriously, frowned slightly, and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Li Ming continued, cooperation. Cottrell smiled lightly and said, I believe you have seen it with your eyes. From the moment I decided to enter the GUI land, I have completely broken with the 3 major galaxies, and you should know the relationship between me and Biggs, so rescuing Biggs is extremely important to me. Li Ming naturally understood what he heard here, and said with a look of sudden realization, you will use Biggs as your next container. Cottrell did not comment, but said solemnly, strictly speaking, it is not completely. The possession of the body does not mean much to me. Biggs is a space civilization. I'm not afraid to tell you that I want to obtain the ability of space civilization while changing my body and then change the body of a silicon-based life. In this way, I will be the strongest existence and the highest civilization in the entire local galaxy group. Cottrell continued. Chapter 443 Advanced Cabin. Cottrell's outspokenness was not a sign of trust in Li Ming. It was a sign of confidence in himself. Of course, Li Ming also fully believed that with Cottrell's means, it was very possible to achieve this goal, but Li Ming really needed this person at the moment, and said with a serious face, rescuing Biggs is not that easy. We are facing 3 major galaxies, among which there are a large number of second interval civilizations. You and I are both in the first interval. If we want to save people, is it not realistic? Cottrell's face instantly became serious when he heard this, and said, of course, this is life-threatening, so I'm still 50% sure to find you. Li Ming curled his lips and said coldly, you can be sure that I will definitely cooperate with you. Cott raised his eyes slightly, smiled lightly twice, and said, I said, cooperating with me is your only way out, and I can help you enter the second interval. Huh. When Li Ming heard the 4-word second interval, his eyes turned immediately, and there was a bit of interest in his sharp eyes. Entering the second interval is extremely important to Li Ming. It is naturally difficult to refuse the temptation of improving the level of civilization. Li Ming's performance revealed a strong interest, which was also expected by Cottrell. After a strange smile, he said, if you enter the second interval, your strength will be improved, which will be of greater help to me. For you, it is also a good opportunity. Li Ming stared at the other party with his eyes and said, it seems that, even if I don't meet you today, you will take the initiative to find me. Cottrell nodded slightly, then slowly stood up and said, of course, you are an indispensable part of my plan this time. Li Ming saw what the other party said. With a discerning eye, Cottrell really wanted to cooperate with Li Ming. For Li Ming, the importance of this cooperation is not that he can advance to the second interval, but that Li Ming needs to rescue Gabby. Relatively speaking, this is indeed an opportunity, but being able to advance to the second interval is still extremely important to Li Ming. Then, Li Ming and Cottrell began to discuss the details of the cooperation. While the two were negotiating, a meeting was also going on in the outskirts of the distant GUI land. This meeting was still a 3-party meeting, with Ale and Sterius from the Milky Way, Takego Fellow from the Triangulum Galaxy, and Tyson from the Andromeda Galaxy. The 4 of them gathered around the table, talking about something in a hurry. Has the signal wave aircraft been dispatched? Takego Fellow turned his eyes to Sterius. Although Sterius looked unhappy, he hesitated and nodded his head. At this time, Takegofilo immediately turned his eyes to Tyson. Tyson also looked back at the other party and said, "The order of the headquarters must be executed, but don't forget that, although the problem lies with the personnel of our Andromeda galaxy, you people in the Triangulum galaxy have no right to interfere." Zufilo smiled lightly when he heard this, looked at Tyson coldly, and said, "Tyson, this involves the distribution of Yi energy. It is not something that can be decided by you and me, and we in the Triangulum galaxy have no interest in the two prisoners. We only care about whether we can catch Cottrell and Li Ming. Don't forget, your Zuanfang is still in our hands," Zufilo warned finally. Tyson curled his lips, glanced at the other party with contempt, and said, "The entire Sprague star has been completely blocked. It is impossible for these two people to escape. The signal aircraft has been dispatched. It is hard to say whether they can be let out." Zufilo's expression was relatively calm, and he said, "The agreement of this cooperation has been made very clear, and it was also formulated by the top leaders. To put it bluntly, you and I are just subordinates who are executing the agreement. It would be best if we can resolve this matter peacefully. Once there is any trouble in the middle, the matter will be serious." Tyson half squinted his eyes, and he was extremely disgusted with the person next to him. The atmosphere of the three-party talks was not harmonious, but this was also normal. After all, there were constant conflicts between the Triangulum galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy, and there was a long history of grievances. It was very difficult for them to sit here together at this moment. After hesitating for a few seconds, Tyson said, "According to the agreement, after completing the capture of Li Ming and Cot, we will distribute the energy, but I still need to remind you of something, Zufilo. Both of us have the right to terminate the agreement at any time." The last sentence was like a bomb that exploded in the minds of the three parties. Obviously, the so-called agreement is actually not binding, but just a formal framework. The value of this agreement is nothing more than to maintain restraint before finding Li Ming and Cottrell. Tyson's reminder made Zufilo and Sterius turn their eyes and look at Tyson again. There was a deep meaning in their eyes, but they didn't say much. While talking here, Li Ming, who was in the cave, had come to another independent cave. This cave was connected to the empty cave outside. It was dug by the alien insects before. As soon as Li Ming entered it, he looked up and looked around. The whole cave was more than 10 meters high and dozens of meters wide, which was also a large place. Li Ming walked back and forth inside, checking and saying, "Tell me, how do you plan to help me advance?" Cottrell stood behind Li Ming, flipped his right hand, took out a black sphere, looked at the black sphere in his hand, and said with a smile, "I have been researching the project of civilization advancement. So I developed the Advance Module, a device that can replace the ability of Rinxu." Cottrell continued. Although it was very simple when he said it, Li Ming couldn't help but be shocked when he heard it. He looked back at the other party with a little surprise. Cottrell didn't care and continued, "I might as well tell you that the Advance Module is to use a device to replace Rinxu and inject the power of flowing clouds into the body of civilized creatures, which has achieved the purpose of advancement. But this is a failed project." "Failed?" Li Ming's face changed slightly. Cottrell didn't respond immediately. He waved his right hand and threw the black sphere in his hand. As soon as this thing flew into the air, it made a dull bang sound. After a flash of light, a huge device suddenly appeared on the ground. This device is more than 3 meters high and more than 5 meters wide. It looks like a round mound. The surface is all metallic silver, giving people a sense of technology. Li Ming was immediately attracted by the device and looked at it carefully. Cottrell said, "This device can only carry less than 20 flowing cloud powers, which is still far behind Rinxu. Moreover, its R&D cost is much higher than the synthesis cost of Rinxu, so I consider it a failure. I have only made 2 so far. I will give you 1 now. It will be no problem for you to reach the second interval." Cottrell continued. Li Ming paused after hearing this, but soon looked at the device in front of him. At this time, Li Ming had already enveloped this device with his consciousness and carefully checked the structure and construction inside. Li Ming is also a synthesis master and has biological civilization. If the device in front of him adopts biological synthesis technology, Li Ming can naturally understand some principles. At least Li Ming must ensure absolute safety. Looking up and down, Li Ming already had an idea in his mind and nodded secretly. Li Ming had to admire Cottrell for this. It was not an exaggeration to call him a genius. The most important thing was that this guy could always develop some equipment that would make people's eyes shine. After Li Ming's conscious inspection, he basically understood the things in front of him. The principle of this device was indeed similar to Ringsu. It also converted the energy of the power of flowing clouds and injected it into the body to achieve the purpose of absorbing and advancing. Looking at Li Ming's satisfied expression, Cottrell continued, although it is a failed product, this device still has advantages. It can completely control the absorption speed of the power of flowing clouds in the body, avoiding any celestial phenomena that should not occur, which also avoids a lot of unnecessary trouble. This advantage is indeed extraordinary, because ordinary advancement will have more or less energy overflow, forming celestial phenomena, attracting people's attention, especially in the current environment. If a celestial phenomenon really appears to attract people from the 3 major galaxies, it will be very bad. Li Ming looked at it like this, nodded with satisfaction, and then returned his gaze to Cottrell, looking him up and down, and asked, "You can develop this device and synthesize Ringsu. With these means, you should not be only a 1.3 level civilization." Cottrell smiled again, but did not respond immediately. He looked at Li Ming quietly, hesitated for a while, and said, "You still noticed this? I might as well tell you that this is the difference between me and you. I focus on cognition. I believe that cognition is the performance of a strong person." As he said this, Cottrell turned his right hand again, and a star bag appeared in his hand. Then he stepped closer to the device, raised his right hand slightly, and a blue light flashed, and the power of flowing clouds flew out one by one. After a few seconds, Cottrell clenched his right palm and put away the star bag. At this time, there were already 18 power of flowing clouds floating in the air. Looking at the flowing cloud power in the air, Cottrell said, "This amount of flowing cloud power is already the limit of this device. As for how far it can advance, that's up to you." As he spoke, the flowing cloud power in the air slowly floated up, like pieces of blow leaves. Chapter 444, The Framework Agreement in Nameless Form. After a while of spinning and flying, the flowing cloud power came to the top of the device. On the top of the tall device were black grooves, which were prepared for the flowing cloud power. Although there were 20 grooves, it was obvious that there was a problem with Cottrell's original design, which caused the device to be unable to carry so much energy. When all the flowing cloud power entered the grooves, the whole device suddenly hummed. At this time, Cottrell turned his eyes to Li Ming and said, "Now everything is ready, you can advance." Li Ming's eyes also turned to the equipment. After a brief look, his expression turned, and he looked at Cottrell again. His eyeballs rolled slightly and he said, "Before advancing, there is something I want to know." Cottrell said calmly, "Just tell me." After hesitating for a while, Li Ming said, "We have discussed the details of this operation, but didn't you say that you would also tell me all your research on easy energy?" As soon as he asked this, Cottrell suddenly paused, but after a second or two, he immediately chuckled twice and said, "Of course, I promised you. How could I not tell you?" Li Ming's face was humble at this time, and he was ready to listen attentively. Cottrell did mention before that he would tell Li Ming about the secret research on easy energy, but Li Ming didn't care at the time. Now that it was proposed, Cottrell naturally had nothing to refuse. Moreover, the two of them talked with each other, each with their own deep meaning, and each of them was doubtful and half believing in the conversation. After all, it was hard to say whether Cottrell had set up any special abilities for Li Ming's wisdom eyes, and Li Ming had no way to judge. Just like what Cottrell mentioned before about the advancement, this person was proficient in various methods of advancement, but he himself had always been in the 1.3 level civilization, which was really unconvincing. In addition, the statement that cognition was greater than the level of civilization could not convince Li Ming. because according to Li Ming's experience, the growth of the level of civilization was the growth of cognition, so Li Ming almost completely did not believe this statement, and why the other party was only a 1.3 level civilization, Li Ming could not know the details. In short, Li Ming's relationship with Cottrell is very delicate now. Even if it is cooperation, it is temporary. This kind of cooperation consensus is basically the same as the framework agreement of the three major galaxies, and it may collapse at any time. And Li Ming still has the other party's wisdom. How could Cottrell forget it? But at the moment, the two are still people in the same boat, and it is naturally unlikely to break up. Cottrell naturally had his own pros and cons in mind. After hesitating and thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, then I'll tell you about easy energy. First of all, it is certain that easy energy is a synthetic item, not a natural product. It can be found in the underground ruins of the Jiwei land, that some ancient advanced civilizations began to develop this energy a long time ago. It's a pity that their development this time also failed," Cottrell said, pacing back and forth, and continued, "I have carefully studied the equipment in that ruins. Although I don't know the synthesis method of easy energy, there is one thing that is very interesting. That is, easy energy will be used on living things. Although this experiment failed, the ancient civilization should have taken those failed energy bodies away from there, leaving only broken residues." Cottrell continued. Li Ming understood what he heard, but he was still confused about some points. He couldn't help asking, "You mean, they developed easy energy, but it's not perfect?" Cottrell chuckled and said, "You can say that. Just like my advanced equipment, it looks successful, but it's also a failure. This doesn't mean it can't be used. Judging from the vortex energy above the ruins, easy energy should be a kind of medicinal energy that can directly enhance the energy volume of the organism itself. Even from those leftover residues, I have found a lot of powerful energy." Cottrell said this, and his eyes showed a yearning color, as if he was full of interest in the synthesis technology and easy energy. At this time, Li Ming had completely understood. Through Cottrell's words, plus the information seen by Li Ming's eyes, Li Ming basically had a general understanding of easy energy. Simply put, ancient civilizations synthesized easy energy in a unique way. This energy was in a solid state after being synthesized. Just take a small amount, it can make the energy volume in a living being increase sharply and become extremely powerful. Li Ming was not interested in energy at first. The reason why he asked these questions was that Li Ming once got a black energy body the size of a fingertip in the ruins. It was also solid, and the energy contained in it was enormous. According to what Cottrell said, the piece Li Ming got was very likely Yi energy. Of course, it could also be the residue fragments he mentioned. Thinking this in his mind, Li Ming's expression did not show. He just smiled with satisfaction and said, "So, that's it." After saying this, Li Ming's eyes turned and looked at the equipment in front of him and said, "I already know what I should know. Now the only thing left is to use your equipment to advance." Cottrell smiled slightly, turned around, and said, "You can start your advancement, and I'm going to go to the place you said to take a look. I hope it will be helpful to us." Li Ming also glanced at the other party and said, "Don't worry, it must be a big surprise." Cottrell looked at Li Ming again, smiled lightly, turned around and left without saying anything more. Cottrell walked out of the cave and headed straight for the valley that Li Ming had been to before. According to the details of Cottrell and Li Ming's plan, Acheson and Alvarez in the valley could also be part of the plan. Li Ming originally planned to talk in person, but now Li Ming needed to advance, so he had to let Cottrell go. Taking advantage of Cottrell's departure, Li Ming changed all the portals and restrictions in the cave, and also added multiple barriers. After all, advancement is not a trivial matter. Once an accident really happens, the consequences will be disastrous. After everything was deployed, Li Ming raised his hand and pointed at the equipment in front of him and lightly clicked, only to see the blue light flashing, and a door opened in the advancement cabin. Li Ming glanced at it and went directly into it. As soon as Li Ming entered, the hatch closed automatically. The interior of this advancement cabin is not all metal technology, but a piece of dark red fluffy lines. The four walls of the entire cabin are all this. Each strand is like hair, but softer and more delicate than hair, fluffy, and there are countless of them. After entering, Li Ming sat down quietly. A dim red light was released from the roots of those soft and slender lines, filling the entire cabin with that dark red light. Although the exterior of this device was made of metal, the interior was all biotechnology. Li Ming had already mastered its operating principle. As long as he began to advance, the flowing cloud power above the device would enter the interior through the device, and then be injected into Li Ming's body through the slender and soft lines. After repeatedly confirming the usability of the device through consciousness, Li Ming took a deep breath and began to advance. The 18 flowing cloud powers on the top of the device suddenly lit up slightly, and the energy inside had begun to operate. Then the red light in the cabin became stronger, and those soft lines were connected to Li Ming's body at once. Because there were so many slender objects, Li Ming's entire body from top to bottom was covered by the lines, as if Li Ming's body was swallowed by this object. The faint light entered Li Ming's body little by little through the lines, and the advancement had already begun. Li Ming began to advance. Cottrell's figure had appeared above a valley. Looking down, there was nothing unusual in the valley except for a few huge rocks. Cottrell's figure slowly lowered, and he came to a distance of several meters above the rock, and his consciousness was released. Cottrell had studied Wukong's consciousness chapter, so his consciousness was also a little stronger than that of ordinary people. After a rough sense, Cottrell immediately locked onto one of the largest buildings, smiled slightly and flew over. His figure came to the huge rock and said directly, "I'm here, don't you invite me in to sit down." Cottrell suddenly spoke, as if he was talking to himself, but in fact he was talking to the rock under his feet. After a word, no one responded, and Cottrell immediately said again, "Okay, then I will explain my purpose. My name is Cottrell. You should be familiar with this name." After this sentence, a few seconds later, a blue portal appeared on the rock. Cottrell saw this, and smiled with satisfaction, and went directly into it. Acheson and Alvarez knew the names of Cottrell and Li Ming, so they let Cottrell in. Although they didn't know Alvarez and the others, they were enemies of the three major galaxies. Even if they didn't trust each other too much, they wouldn't have any ill will. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. They all understood this. In advanced civilizations, the interests in a certain situation are far greater than emotions. This is the wisdom of advanced civilizations. They don't mix too much emotions, especially in some extremely critical matters. They won't be as indecisive as humans. Of course, this is only the characteristics of most aliens. There are some exceptions for some aliens, such as emotionality. This is mainly based on the foundation of the civilization itself. It is a root thing that is irreversible and cannot be changed. Li Ming is an example, and then there is Gabby. The foundation of civilization, the experience environment, and all the factors before growing into an advanced civilization will have some influence, but some people can get rid of the influence, while others can't. Over there is a temporary agreement among the three major galaxies, and over here is a temporary cooperation among three common opponents. Even though there is a huge disparity in strength, a battle is inevitable. Chapter 445 Golden Mist. A large number of aircraft shuttled back and forth above the surface of Sprague. Each aircraft maintained a certain height above the ground and continuously released a signal wave while flying. Because of the special environment of Sprague, the aircraft must maintain a certain height to perfectly transmit the signal wave to the coverage area on the ground. If it were not for the limitation of the environment, these operations could be completed in space, and it would be faster and more convenient. At this moment, at the bottom of a mountain, the equipment in a cave suddenly flashed slightly, and then with a creak, the entire hatch protruded a little. After a few seconds, with a loud bang, the hatch fell directly to the ground. In the cabin, Li Ming was still sitting quietly, his eyes slowly opened. At this time, the aura on Li Ming's body was very different. It was the second interval of the first level civilization, the 1.5 level civilization. The delicate tissues around Li Ming had dried up, like hay, and there was still green smoke coming out of the cabin, like an electrical appliance that had just burned out due to a short circuit. The entire device had been used to the limit by Li Ming. Normally, it takes 11 flowing cloud powers to advance from level 1.3 to level 1.5, but Li Ming needs 33. In addition to the 18 provided by Cottrell, Li Ming also contributed 15. With his eyes slightly opened, Li Ming stood up from the cabin. Just as Li Ming stood up, there was a thump sound, and something fell from the top of Li Ming's head. Li Ming looked back, his face suddenly realized, and whispered, "Really? I almost forgot about you." At this time, on the dry fluff on the floor of the cabin, Moore's eyes were white, foaming at the mouth, and his mouth was open, and his body was twitching. Li Ming carefully picked up Moore, stroked his feathers gently with his hands for a few times, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." As he spoke, he shook his cloak, and took Moore into it. Then he continued to walk out. Li Ming's advancement to level 1.5 civilization is naturally inseparable from Moore's great help. It is definitely not enough to rely on this equipment alone. Moore has been absorbing energy in Shanhei Shang, and has grown a lot. His ability to assist advancement has been strengthened. However, Li Ming's advancement just now has also made Moore reach his limit. After walking out of the advancement cabin, Li Ming's eyes turned directly to the entrance of the cave. A blue barrier blocked there, completely isolating the inside and outside of the cave. He walked over quickly and waved his right hand. The blue barrier disappeared directly. Outside the cave was a spacious cave hall. At this time, Cottrell was busy in front of the experimental table, and I don't know what he was doing. Li Ming was about to walk over, but his figure suddenly paused. He glanced at the corner of his eyes and looked to his right. He saw two people sitting in front of the meteorite table before. They were Alvarez and Aitchison. Li Ming was not unfamiliar with these two people, but Li Ming was very unfamiliar with them. Li Ming's appearance attracted the continuous attention of the two people, and their attention was always on Li Ming. Cottrell said without turning his head, "We are all here. It's finally time to start." While speaking, Cottrell continued to operate. Li Ming's eyes also turned slightly, looking at Cottrell, and said, "It seems that I can leave first." Cottrell paused after hearing this, but after hesitating for 2 seconds, he smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I almost forgot that you are a little different now. Then, let's get started." Li Ming smiled lightly and left quickly, walking in the dark cave until he disappeared from the portal. Cottrell looked at the place where Li Ming disappeared, then paused, looked at Aitchison and Alvarez, and said, "You should also go and prepare." Alvarez didn't say much, glanced at Aitchison beside him, and then got up and left. Regarding the plan for this time, Li Ming had discussed it in detail with Cottrell before, and on that basis, Alvarez and the other two were added, which were naturally included in the plan. This is equivalent to a three-party cooperation, but Cottrell and Alvarez don't know that Li Ming also has a purpose for this trip, which is for Gabby. Only Li Ming knows about the rescue of Gabby. According to the signal information released by the three major star systems, the execution of Gabby and Biggs will be the morning of the second day after the information is released. According to the plan of Li Ming and Cottrell, Cottrell is responsible for the frontal attack, Alvarez is responsible for the flank attack, and Li Ming is responsible for rescuing people. Of course, this is also very consistent with the purpose of Li Ming's trip. Under the night sky, Li Ming walked forward, still thinking about the details of the plan in his mind. After all, he is facing three major star systems, and the purpose of the other party's execution of Gabby and Biggs this time is to Li Ming and Cottrell to show up. Since it is a carefully planned and prepared plan, it must not be that simple. Li Ming must make more adequate preparations beyond the original plan. There is still some time before dawn. In the desert north of Jiuai Land, two platforms more than 10 meters high are placed in front of the construction area of a base. The platform is made of metal, like a round stone pillar, and a spaceship is parked steadily in the sky above the platform, with beams of light constantly emitting from the spaceship, like a searchlight illuminating the surroundings. This is where the three major galaxies executed Gabby and Biggs. It is relatively quiet at this time, without too much abnormality, but it is this calm atmosphere that makes people feel quite uneasy. Although this base is located in a plain desert, there are mountains several kilometers outside the base. The semicircular mountain terrain is like a groove in the mountain range, and the base is built in it. The advantage of this terrain is that the base is surrounded by plains and deserts, and there are few rocks. If anyone wants to get close, they can be discovered at the first time. But the disadvantage is that once you enter and rescue people and flee to the mountains, it will be relatively complicated to chase and capture them. At this moment, Li Ming is in the mountains to the west of the base. The east, north, and west of the base are all mountains, only a few kilometers away from the base. The south is a desert plain, which is also the front of the base. As for why the base is set up here, it is difficult to see the reason for a while. Li Ming walked forward in the mountains to the west, approaching the base little by little. When he reached the edge of the mountains, Li Ming stopped at the top of a mountain and looked up. There was still several kilometers of unobstructed desert plains at the edge of the mountains away from the base. That would be the biggest obstacle to approaching the base. And the base at the moment was not simple. Under Li Ming's wisdom eyes, the whole base was shrouded in a layer of hazy grey light. This grey light was very weak, wrapping the entire base in it. The shadow of this grey light could be seen from all directions, from the sky to the ground. There was a weak energy in the grey light, which was a kind of barrier. This barrier was not a physical barrier, but a perception barrier. As long as there was an unrecognizable biological civilization entering, it would be discovered immediately. And this barrier was also very hidden. If it weren't for the wisdom eyes, Li Ming might not be able to detect this barrier. Perception barrier. But, how to enter? Li Ming frowned slightly, staring at the distance, looking around, and began to think seriously. After watching for a while, Li Ming slowly leaned over and sat down. He waved his right hand, and raised his palm up beside him. The wind and sand kept blowing past Li Ming. His arms and palms could clearly feel the breeze passing over his body, just like someone was caressing his body. The wind blew from the west to the east where Li Ming was. The wind and sand existed all year round on Sprague's star, so it was not surprising. Li Ming felt the wind direction, and looked at the base in the distance. The base was brightly lit. A large number of alien soldiers and aircraft were stationed in the building area in the west. The base here was not a castle with walls on all four sides, but there were more patrol soldiers in the outer area of the building. Because there was a perception barrier, other facilities did not need to be paid much attention to. Watching with his eyes, Li Ming suddenly shook his sleeves, and a golden object appeared in Li Ming's hand. This object looked like a tooth, which was the magic horn golden fungus beast in Li Ming's Shang. Under the nourishment of the energy in Shang, the golden fungus beast has grown well, advancing from the original 8th level wild beast to the current 1.2 level wild beast. But the most important thing is the change in the golden fungus beast's ability. It has been revealed before on the Isaiah star. The golden fungus beast has the ability to infect civilized creatures, which is completely different from the previous infection of wild beasts. However, the infection of the golden fungus beast is not a virus or a fatal infection, but only erodes the spirit and consciousness of the target. This point was also fully highlighted on the alien planet. At present, Li Ming summoned this beast. The purpose is to use the golden fungus it releases to control those low-level soldiers. Holding the golden fungus beast in his palm, and feeling the wind direction, the blue halo on Li Ming's palm flickered slightly. He looked at the beast and said, "Now, I can only ask you." As he spoke, the blue light on Li Ming's palm became stronger. The blue light is Li Ming's energy control. Li Ming must ensure that the golden fungus released by the golden fungus beast can be blown into the distant base through the wind direction. This is very critical and important. The golden fungus on the surface of the golden fungus beast was released automatically. With Li Ming's energy, the golden fungus dissipated directly in the air along with the sandstorm, and drifted towards the base in the distance. The long horns of the golden fungus beast twisted slightly on Li Ming's palm. Every time it moved, a large number of golden fungus flew into the air. This was invisible to the naked eye, but Li Ming's insight was unexpected. Under his insight, the golden fungus was like golden particles flying with the wind, and it entered the base in less than a moment. The whole air seemed to be filled with golden breath, making the night sky glittering with golden light, very beautiful. But this kind of beauty cannot be appreciated by others. Li Ming's eyes looked into the distance. The golden mist had covered most of the western area of the base. Seeing this scene, Li Ming smiled faintly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Not in the City. Li Ming's consciousness is connected with that of the golden fungus beast. Once someone is infected, Li Ming will immediately notice it. At this time, the western part of the base is already filled with golden breath. The soldiers stationed there were originally full of energy, but once they were attached to the golden mist, their expressions immediately changed. Their eyes were dazed, as if they were suddenly frozen, and they came back to their senses after several seconds. These soldiers are all below the first level civilization, and have no resistance to the infection of the golden fungus beast. They stared blankly at the front, and their eyeballs began to change slightly, from the original color to the color of golden light. 1, 2, 3. A large number of soldiers froze in place as the golden mist spread. Their expressions were dazed, their eyes were dazed, and their eyes flashed with golden light, which was exactly that they had been infected. With the current level of the golden fungus beast, even the first level civilization would be affected, and even directly infected, but there was no such advanced civilization in the western area of the base. At this time, Li Ming slowly stood up and looked to the east. A halo had appeared, and the sky was about to brighten, and the sun was about to come. Before dawn, Li Ming must enter the base, because as soon as the sun rises, it is time to execute Gabby and Biggs. With a light squeeze of his right hand, the golden fungus beast disappeared in his palm. Li Ming jumped down from the top of the mountain and walked along the ground to the base. At this time, the western area of the entire base has been completely controlled by Li Ming, and all the soldiers have been controlled by the golden fungus. But from the surface, the soldiers here are still doing their duties and are busy. After a while, Li Ming's figure stopped a few hundred meters away from the construction area. Patrolling soldiers can be seen in the distance, flying aircraft can be seen above their head, and various lights are flashing in the construction area. If these people had not been infected, Li Ming would have been discovered long ago, and would never have arrived here. The place where Li Ming stopped was the outermost area of the perception barrier. As long as he crossed the perception barrier, Li Ming would have completely entered the base. This barrier may be a huge obstacle for others, but Li Ming is not like that. He has wisdom and civilization, and he also has the ability of wisdom and intelligence. Naturally, he does not care about the mere barrier. He raised his right hand, and a blue halo formed in his palm. He gently tapped the empty space in front of him, and the blue halo spread out, forming a blue circular doorway. With his ability to control, Li Ming easily opened a passage. Li Ming did not enter immediately, but raised his left hand first. A silver device on his wrist lit up slightly, and blue light shot out from it. Li Ming gently tapped his right hand in the blue light a few times. A message has been successfully sent. I have successfully entered. After sending this message, Li Ming stepped into it. As Li Ming entered, the blue halo hole suddenly shrank rapidly and disappeared. He looked at the scene in front of him again. Nothing had changed. The soldiers were patrolling, the lights were shining, and they could all see Li Ming's presence, but at this moment these soldiers ignored Li Ming at all, as if they had not seen him. Li Ming smiled slightly, and continued to walk deeper. Entering the base was only the first step of Li Ming's plan. Next, Li Ming had to find the whereabouts of Gabby and Biggs. Li Ming walked around the construction area recklessly. At the moment, he was searching for information about Gabby through consciousness induction. There was basically no valuable information from the soldiers around him. If he wanted to find important information, he had to find the senior person in charge of this area. The western construction area of the base was huge, and Li Ming only controlled the edge, but it was not safe for Li Ming to go deeper into the interior. After walking around the construction area for a while, Li Ming stopped in front of a building. This building was only 3 stories high, and was made of pure metal. The lights inside were bright, and there were soldiers guarding the door. After a rough glance, Li Ming turned and walked inside. This was the liaison department of the Western City Defense. The most important function of the Edge City Defense was to observe the area outside the perception barrier. Once an abnormality was found, it would directly contact the headquarters of the Western City Defense. The City Defense headquarters mainly judged whether the enemy had invaded, based on the perception barrier. Li Ming entered the liaison department to see if there was any valuable information in it. He walked in through the door in a swagger, and the soldiers outside did not dare to stop him at all. As soon as he entered the interior, he could see the situation in the lobby on the first floor. Li Ming's consciousness quickly opened up, and any valuable information was quickly obtained by Li Ming. And Li Ming's consciousness was like a blue halo, radiating from Li Ming's body to the surroundings, just like the ripples on the water surface spreading out little by little. It was like a radar that continuously released signals, and the ripples continued. The aliens inside had been infected by Li Ming's gold bacteria. In their eyes, Li Ming was like an invisible man, completely invisible, and each was just busy with their own things. Standing on the first floor, in a few seconds, 2 circles of blue halo ripples flashed by. Li Ming felt it with a serious face, but soon turned around disappointedly and walked to the second floor. When he came to the second floor, he paused for a few seconds. After the blue halo ripples, Li Ming went directly to the third floor. This was already the top floor, but as the halo ripples spread, there was still no gain. This made Li Ming very disappointed, and his face became gloomy. At this time, the sky in the east was basically illuminated. Dawn had arrived, and it was only a matter of time before the day broke. Just as Li Ming was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his eyes turned hurriedly to look at one of the aliens. This alien was a ninth order civilization, but the information in his brain showed that in a moment, a higher level civilization would come here to deploy work. Because it was close to the time to execute the prisoners, the high-level civilization came here because they were worried about being invaded at this critical time. After receiving this information, Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to walk downstairs. Since there was a high-level civilization coming, Li Ming did not have to risk going deep into the base. Just wait here. Coming to a secluded place behind the construction area, Li Ming leaned over and sat down. With a flip of his left hand, the azure dragon was already in his palm. Then he closed his eyes slightly, and the azure dragon flew out with a whoosh. Next, he just waited for the arrival of the high-level civilization. After waiting for a while, Li Ming's eyes opened slightly, his head turned slightly, and he looked to the east again. The light was bright and the sun was slowly rising. This made Li Ming a little anxious, and the device on his left wrist rang gently. A message has come. Have you found someone? Li Ming hesitated for a moment, then tapped his wrist again. Wait a minute. As soon as he sent this message, Li Ming's eyes widened and he whispered, finally here. In the distance, a small aircraft flew from the sky, and the aircraft came directly in front of the building. After stopping, the aircraft was about to land on the open space in front of the building, but at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the top of the building. Bang! With a muffled sound, the figure hit the aircraft heavily, causing the aircraft to shake in the air. The alien in the aircraft was startled. He hurriedly operated the aircraft. But at this time, no matter how he operated, the aircraft had completely lost control. Li Ming's right hand suddenly raised, aimed at the alien, and grabbed it fiercely. Snap! His arm directly pierced through the aircraft's hatch, and his palm grabbed the other person's head. Suddenly, a green light flashed, and Li Ming had obtained a piece of information. After a few seconds, Li Ming retracted his arm. His face changed slightly. He looked up to the south of the base, opened his mouth slightly, and said to himself, Gabby and Biggs are not in the city. While talking to himself, Li Ming jumped again, and came to the top of the building just now. He looked at the far building area in the south, and clicked the device on his left wrist a few times. A message was sent again, in the spaceship above the south. At this moment, there are 2 huge metal round platforms in front of the south of the base. These 2 round platforms have been deployed before, and there is a spaceship in the air above the round platforms. At the same time, on the top of the building area in the south, many high-level people from the 3 major galaxies are already standing. Far away from the building area in the south is an endless and vast desert plain. The wind and sand are still raging, and occasionally you can see huge rocks scattered. A figure approached the south little by little from the wind and sand. This person was Cottrell. Cottrell walked while looking at the 2 huge metal pillars in the distance. His eyes turned, and soon looked at the spaceship above the metal pillars. Under the sharp gaze, he opened his mouth slightly and whispered, so they put the people there. This is really a clever place. If it weren't for Li Ming, I would have overlooked it. His feet continued to move forward, and Cottrell pointed at the metal instrument on his left wrist again. A message has been sent. Since it is not in the city, then implement the second plan. At this time, in the construction area in the west of the base, Li Ming was still on the roof of the 3-story building. After looking at the message he just received, he looked south again. According to the rescue plan, Li Ming needs to know the exact location of Gabby and Biggs, and then Cottrell and Alvarez will attack at the same time. In the chaos, Li Ming looked for an opportunity to save people. But now the situation has changed. Gabby and Biggs are not in the city, beyond the scope of Li Ming's rescue, and the plan can only be changed. The second plan is for Cottrell to launch an attack, and then Alvarez will attack from the north. At this time, Li Ming is looking for an opportunity to save people. Looking into the distance, Li Ming's body surface flashed blue light again, and then his body twisted, and Li Ming's appearance had changed into the advanced civilization in the aircraft just now. After the transformation was completed, Li Ming jumped up and leaned towards the south. At this time, on the roof of the building area in the south, 3 people were concentrating on the desert in the distance, and Cottrell's figure was also approaching little by little. This building is relatively high, and the eyes can see the distance clearly. In addition, the sky is bright at this moment, and even the wind and sand will not have much impact on the vision. Among the 3 people, the one standing in the middle was Zufilo. When he saw Cottrell, his expression immediately lifted, and he smiled slightly, whispering, "He really showed up." Standing on both sides of him were Thyssen and Sterius. When they saw Cottrell coming, they also showed surprise and surprise. Chapter 447 Action begins. In the wind and sand, Cottrell stopped 100 meters away from 2 huge metal pillars. At this time, Zufilo flew away from the top of the building with some excitement, and came to one of the metal pillars. He looked at Cottrell with cold eyes, slowly raised his right hand, and waved it gently at the spaceship in the sky. At this time, the spaceship in the sky vibrated slightly, and 2 beams of light shot down from the spaceship. The 2 beams of light were blue and just shot at the metal pillar. After a few seconds, 2 figures in the light pillars landed separately. These 2 figures were Gabby and Biggs. At this moment, their hands and feet were controlled by some kind of metal chains, and they could not move at all. They fell from the 2 light pillars to the 2 metal pillars. With a thump, the 2 knelt directly on the smooth surface of the metal pillar. At this time, Gabby was calm, and it seemed that he didn't feel much about life and death. But Biggs on the other metal pillar saw Cottrell not far below at a glance, and his face changed slightly, a little surprised, and a little surprised. Zufilo was standing on the metal pillar where Biggs was. After glancing at Biggs beside him, he looked at Cottrell below with cold eyes. "Hand over the Yi energy, and I can let him go." Zufilo spoke first. A gust of sand swept by, and Cottrell first glanced at the device on his left wrist. There was no information displayed. Then he turned his eyes to the other party and said, "I should have said, when I came out of the GUI light that there is no Yi energy inside." Zufilo's face changed immediately after hearing this. But before Zufilo could say anything, 2 more figures flew from the roof of the building in the distance. They were Thyssen and Sterius, but these 2 people landed on the stone pillar where Gabby was. Zufilo glanced at the 2 people, then his eyes returned to Cottrell and continued, "No Yi energy. Then why did you only provide yourself with the special medicine that can enter the GUI light, but not let us enter?" Cottrell's expression remained calm after hearing this. At this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared on Cottrell's left arm, and a message came, "In position." Seeing this message, Cottrell smiled slightly, and looked at Zufilo on the metal pillar again, saying, "Because I think that it is the biggest waste for the easy energy to fall into the hands of you idiots, so there is no need for you to enter it at all. But unfortunately, there is no easy energy in it." Cottrell spread his hands helplessly. But the words just now have made Zufilo unhappy, and even Sterius on another metal pillar said angrily, "Cottrell, do you want to be an enemy of the entire galaxy?" These words also attracted Cottrell's attention, and his eyes immediately turned again, looking at Sterius, his mouth twitching, and the smile on his face became ferocious. Hehe. Weird laughter continued to come out of his mouth. Along with this laughter, the ground under Cottrell's feet suddenly cracked a little bit, and the ground began to bulge, as if something was about to drill out from the ground. A few seconds later, a loud bang sounded, the dust on the ground flew, the rocks under the ground broke up, and a worm jumped out from the ground. This worm was huge, and its body was like a long snake. Only part of its body jumped out of the ground. Its body was covered with hard exoskeleton, like armor. As it jumped out of the ground, its upright body suddenly reached the same height as the metal pillar. And Cottrell was standing on the head of this worm. When he spoke before, Cottrell had to look up, but now he was standing on the head of the worm, and could already look at the person on the metal pillar at the same level. The strange smile on his face had not faded yet, and a pair of cold eyes had already looked at Sterius, saying, "I hate talking to stupid people the most in my life, but today is an exception. Don't you want to get the easy energy? Then find my subordinates who released me." As he said this, Cottrell looked at Biggs. Biggs was also moved by what he said. He kept looking at Cottrell, as if he was very moved by his behavior. Although Sterius looked unhappy, he still stretched out his hand and said, "Hand over the easy energy." Hehe. Cottrell smiled coldly, and at the same time, a black light suddenly flashed on his body. The black light was like an arc shape that kept jumping, but no abnormal phenomenon occurred. The black light was like a piece of black cloth. And then each corner was constantly pulled by people, making the black light form an irregular shape. Looking at the changes in the black light, Sterius's face changed slightly, and he slowly retracted his outstretched hand. At this time, anyone could see that Cottrell did not look like he was going to take out anything. The black light was getting bigger and bigger, like an irregular flame. In just a moment, it had reached 7 or 8 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide. Zephyro's expression was still calm. He looked directly at Sterius and said, "Since the person is from your Milky Way, you can do it yourself." Sterius' eyes turned cold when he heard this. His hands gradually clenched into fists. He looked at Cottrell coldly and said, "Cottrell, don't make a meaningless struggle. You are an advanced civilization in the first zone. You'd better stop as soon as possible." Cottrell's expression did not change, but the corners of his mouth kept rising to reveal a smile. He said, "From what you said, you can defeat me at any time, but when I joined you to enter the Milky Way, you were just a chess piece in my eyes, without any value. Now, it's time to abandon the useless chess piece." As he said this, objects began to wriggle in the black light, as if something was trying to break free from the black light. Sterius was already furious, and the surface of his clenched fist suddenly flashed with a dark purple light. There was a light sound under his feet, and Sterius' figure shot out. His strong body and fist full of energy smashed towards Cottrell. It seemed to be coming with great momentum, but before he could really get close, there was a light power in the black light, just like a bulging balloon suddenly bursting, and a black figure shot out from it. This person was completely black, like a person made of ink, and he ran straight towards Sterius as soon as he appeared. By the time Sterius reacted, it was too late. He saw the black light man kicking hard and hitting Sterius' head, causing Sterius, who was approaching Cottrell, to fall directly to the ground. Because the black light man was very powerful and fast, Sterius only felt a buzzing in his head, as if he was hit by something, and his body rushed to the ground like a bullet. Boom. Dust and smoke flew on the ground, rocks splashed, and with this kick, Sterius actually smashed a deep pit on the ground. A gust of wind swept by, and the floating dust quickly dissipated in the wind. Sterius was already lying in the pit underground with a bloody face. He blinked his eyes slightly, glanced at the sky, and whispered, "This? How is it possible?" He muttered to himself. His body twitched slightly, and he was about to get up from the ground, but as soon as his arms supported his body, he fell to the ground again. This scene was seen by Zephyro and Tyson. The two of them quickly looked at Cottrell in front of them, and their eyes occasionally paid attention to the actions of the Blacklight Man. Although Cottrell was only a 1.3 level civilization, the Blacklight Man he summoned was extremely powerful. He actually knocked down a 1.4 level power civilization with one blow. The strength of his attack was naturally extraordinary. Seeing all this, Zephyro's expression changed. He flipped his right hand, and a blue light block was already in his hand. At the same time, he slapped it on the shoulder of Biggs, who was kneeling on the ground beside him. The blue light block instantly wrapped Biggs' shoulder and flickered slightly. After doing this, Zephyro's eyes continued to look at Cottrell and said, "It seems that I really underestimated you, but you can't stop this guy from dying." As he said this, various aircraft and advanced civilizations in the construction area flew over. The aircraft formed a circle around Cottrell, ready to attack at any time. In addition, 7 or 8 advanced civilizations from the first interval came at once, some standing on metal pillars, some flying in the air, and all their eyes were on Cottrell. Cottrell looked at Biggs with his eyes, and did not act rashly. He looked at the aircraft around him with disdain, and finally swept his eyes to the first interval civilizations that had just flown over. It seemed like a casual glance, but a first-level civilization standing next to Zufilo caught Cottrell's attention. The alien looked at Cottrell with a very special look, and blinked at Cottrell. Relying on the communication of mental power, Cottrell looked at this person, and showed a sinister smile. Hehe. After laughing, Cottrell said, "Don't you want the energy? Come here. I'll give it to you personally." Although Cottrell's laughter was weird, Zufilo also smiled slightly, glanced at Biggs under his right hand, and said, "It seems this person is still very important to you." As he said this, Zufilo's right hand suddenly exerted force and pulled Biggs, who was kneeling on the ground, up. His right hand tightly grasped Biggs, and his figure floated up. Just as Zufilo grabbed Biggs and was about to leave the metal platform and approach Cottrell, a first-level civilization alien next to him suddenly stretched out his right hand. A lightsaber was formed at the moment when his right hand was extended, and it slashed directly at Takegofilo's arm. This move was quick and unexpected, which also surprised Takegofilo. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the lightsaber slashed directly at Takegofilo's right arm. Chapter 448, We Are the Ones Being Used. Zufilo was wearing blue armor. The armor looked like an ordinary military uniform, relatively soft, like cloth. However, the armor was intact under the attack of the lightsaber, and the lightsaber was shattered. The lightsaber was like a piece of white glass, which shattered into countless pieces. It was like a glass lampstick being smashed. As the lightsaber shattered, Zufilo's right hand loosened from Biggs' shoulder, causing Biggs' body to fall to the ground. Zufilo hugged his right arm that had just been hit by the lightsaber with his left hand, with a look of pain on his face. He turned his head fiercely and looked at the alien who attacked him. The alien's body flashed with blue light, and his body twisted, and he turned directly into Li Ming. "It's you?" Zufilo was immediately shocked. Li Ming ignored him, turned his eyes, and looked at Tizen on another metal pillar. In addition to Tizen, there were 2 first-level civilizations on the metal pillar, and Gabby, who was kneeling in front of the 3 people. Gabby had been watching the situation here. He was also stunned when Li Ming returned. He couldn't believe it. But when he looked at Li Ming, he was still surprised and whispered, "This guy's really back." Instant body. With a bang, Li Ming's body disappeared on the spot. Tizen naturally noticed this. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a blue ice blade appeared in his hand. The ice blade was like a dagger, but there was no handle, only a sharp blade. As soon as he made a move, he aimed at Gabby's neck. But before he could make a move, Li Ming's figure was in front of him. His right hand turned into a palm and pushed Tizen. Bang! A powerful energy wave radiated from the palm, and the palm slapped Tizen's chest firmly. With this palm, Li Ming condensed the energy of the wind energy around him, and suddenly released it in an instant, like an air cannon. Under the violent muffled sound, Tizen and the aliens on the metal pillar and around were all covered by this ability. Boom. Under the vacuum cannon, all the people were blown away and directly hit the building area in the distance. In that scene, it was as if Li Ming's palm was a shotgun, and the aliens who were blown away were bullets. The figures were seen flying in disorder, and hitting the distant buildings in a scattered manner. The powerful force even made these people directly knock a hole in the metal building. At the same time, Cottrell controlled the Black Light Man to go straight to the falling Biggs. The speed of the Black Light Man was naturally extremely fast, and he came in front of Biggs in a flash. But just when the Black Light Man was about to rescue Biggs, a golden phantom fist suddenly flew down from the sky. This golden phantom fist was like a glowing meteor, and it hit the waist of the Black Light Man in just a flash. Under this attack, the Black Light Man directly let out a miserable weird cry, and his body shattered in the air with a bang. The appearance of this scene made Cottrell's face change drastically. Biggs was also shocked. At this time, Biggs was only a few meters above the ground, and was about to fall to the ground. A small white figure quickly passed by the ground, grabbed Biggs, and flashed to the back of the metal pillar. This change shocked Li Ming and attracted his eyes. It was L from the galaxy, who took Biggs away, but it was another person who released the phantom fist to smash the black light man. This person stood in the air and looked down at Cottrell below with a smile on his face. This alien 1.6 civilization, not wearing armor, but animal skin with dark yellow scales, nearly 2 meters tall, light yellow skin, pointed nose, and extremely weird appearance. Li Ming saw this and knew that it was the enemy's reinforcement. He no longer cared about this person. He turned his eyes to Gabby, who was not far away. With a wave of his right hand, the lightsaber was out. He quickly stepped forward and prepared to cut off the chains on Gabby's body. Before Li Ming could get close, a chill suddenly descended from the sky above his head, and the air around him solidified. This chill caused the airflow to stop instantly. Li Ming's powerful consciousness naturally noticed it in advance. At this time, he dared not continue to approach Gabby. He turned around, clenched his right hand, and a lightsaber formed in his hand. He raised his hand and greeted the lightsaber in his hand. The person falling from the sky was Binxi Huanayu. The big knife was already close at hand. Li Ming's right hand was full of energy, and the lightsaber also blocked it. The high temperature of the light energy collided with the ice blade. Bang! The energy collided, and the impact force and ripples spread out, and Li Ming's body was directly shaken away. The scene was like Huanayu's ice knife knocking an object on the metal column platform away. The figure kept retreating in the air until it stopped in front of Cottrell's black light. Seeing this, Gabby also looked at Li Ming worriedly, but when he saw that Li Ming was fine, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Huanayu's figure slowly landed and stood on the high platform. He glanced at Gabby beside him, and his eyes immediately turned to Li Ming. When Li Ming saw Huanayu again, his face became even uglier. Of course, Li Ming had no fear of this person. Li Ming, who had a 1.5 level civilization, was already in the second interval. In the same interval, Li Ming would not be afraid of any opponent. At this time, Cottrell also looked around and re-examined the battlefield. The current situation is not very good. Li Ming, Cottrell said after taking a look at his opponent. Li Ming's attention was originally focused on Huanayu, but after hearing this, his eyes could not help but start to look at other people. After a glance, Li Ming's eyes finally stopped on the alien wearing scale armor and said, "You mean him?" Cottrell looked serious and continued, "In the Andromeda Galaxy, War Demon Kinbone is the same existence as Binxi Huanayu. The appearance of this person is also beyond my plan. It will be relatively a little troublesome." Li Ming's eyes then turned to that person. Kingu and Huan are high-level warriors of the Triangulum Galaxy and the Andromeda Galaxy respectively. Cottrell's plan did not mention the appearance of Kingu, and his appearance is a big surprise at the moment. The abilities of high-level warriors are often quite special. They are elites of the same level and have extraordinary strength. This comes from the civilization background, star origin and other element. If a high-level civilization reaches a certain level of its own abilities, it is also a very strong existence. Li Ming, who entered the second interval, naturally had to be careful. At this time, in the building area behind the metal pillar, a person staggered out of a hole in one of the metal buildings. It was Tyson, standing at the entrance of the damaged building. After glancing at the battle situation, the figure slowly flew and floated towards this side. At the same time, he raised his left hand and opened his mouth to say to the device in his left hand, "Action." Zufilo, who was originally slashed by Li Ming's lightsaber, shook his arm at this time. It was obviously not a big deal. He turned his eyes to look at Li Ming, and his figure also floated forward a little. In addition to the strength brought by the level of civilization, the advanced civilization also has the influence of its civilization tools. Obviously, the development level of the Triangulum Galaxy and the Andromeda Galaxy is far higher than that of the Milky Way. At this time, far behind Li Ming and Cottrell, two people were walking towards this side in the desert. They were Cheng Simu and Dals. As soon as this situation appeared, Li Ming's face suddenly became gloomy. He glanced at Cottrell beside him and said, "It seems that they are much more prepared than us now." In his words, Li Ming's tone was also a bit sarcastic. Cottrell turned his eyes, looked at Li Ming, and replied, "Except for the piano bone, everything else is as expected, but Alvarez has not taken action yet." At the end, Cottrell raised his left arm and looked at his wrist again. Li Ming was about to say this, but after hearing Cottrell's words, his eyes couldn't help but look at the northernmost part of the base and said, "You are so smart. I didn't expect that you would be used by others," Li Ming said coldly. Cottrell didn't seem to care too much. At this moment, a loud bang came from a distance. A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the northernmost part of the base, and many buildings were directly destroyed in the explosion. The sound was so loud that it could be heard clearly even in the southernmost part. This violent noise also attracted the attention of the three major galaxies. After several senior executives looked at each other, they did not intend to leave. Obviously, no matter what happened over there, this was more important. Cottrell forgot to take a look at the northernmost part and said, "I was really used, Alvarez." His expression showed that he didn't care much, but Cottrell's heart was obviously very concerned. After all, in this way, it was not Alvarez who helped Li Ming to attract firepower, but Li Ming who helped Alvarez. This obviously had a different effect. It seemed that the two were talking intentionally or unintentionally, but they were already preparing for the upcoming battle. Facing so many senior executives, once the war started, the two could only take care of themselves and would not pay any attention to each other. Tisson's figure slowly flew to the front of the crowd. After looking around, he said, "Although there was a small accident, fortunately the situation is under control." Tisson turned his eyes to Li Ming, snorted coldly, and said, "Level 1.5 civilization, it's really time for you to advance." But it stops here. As soon as the voice fell, he waved his right hand, and a blue ice flying blade flew out of his hand and flew straight towards Li Ming. Li Ming had already predicted it, and then stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air with force. Bang! The ice flying blade stopped in front of Li Ming's palm. Li Ming's palm flashed with blue light, and he had used energy to control the blue ice flying blade in his hand. This action was common for Li Ming, but the people on the opposite side looked strange and unbelievable. Tisson frowned, showing a surprised expression, and then his eyes widened a little, whispering, "Actually." Li Ming then narrowed his eyes and glanced behind him, and then swung his right hand behind him, and the ice blade flew out of his hand and went straight to Cheng Simu behind him. Cheng Simu was still walking towards this side on the ground, and his face immediately changed when he saw the ice blade. He didn't dare to think too much, and directly waved his hands in front of him to block it. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the ice blade burst out. At the same time, a large amount of ice breath was released, like a blue mist, and all the places affected by the mist were frozen by ice. After the ice breath, Cheng Simu's face was extremely ugly, and his arms were actually frozen. This made Dals beside Cheng Simu also startled, and the look he looked at Li Ming also changed slightly. At this time, Li Ming slowly raised his right hand again, and the blue halo in his palm was already flickering slightly. "Wait." Before Li Ming made a move, Gabby's voice suddenly came. Chapter 449, Heartbroken. Gabby's shout suddenly came, and Li Ming couldn't help but turn his eyes and look at the other party. Not only Li Ming, but the others also looked at Gabby. Gabby stared at Li Ming with a strange look. After a few seconds, he sighed softly and said, "Let's leave here quickly, Li Ming." Li Ming's eyes immediately understood the other party's current thoughts. The blue light on his right hand suddenly weakened. His eyes looked at the other party quietly, and his thoughts in his mind also rippled. Cheng Simu is Gabby's tribe. Dorsey is also. Even Tisson and Zuanfang are. Gabby doesn't want to see his tribe die because of him, nor does he want to see Li Ming die because of him, and this is what Gabby thinks in his heart. This made Li Ming's expression solemn. At this time, Gabby saw that Li Ming wanted to stop, and his face relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "It's just a quick glance. Life is only a short time after all. Why do you risk your life for a stranger? Is it worth it?" Li Ming looked at Gabby with his eyes, as if he was dazed. At this time, Li Ming even couldn't understand him. The last sentence was so familiar. Just when Li Ming was still confused by Gabby, Tisson suddenly waved his hand, and a red flying blade flew straight towards Li Ming. Before the red flying blade got close to Li Ming, a golden light shield suddenly appeared in front of Li Ming. Bang! A violent muffled sound was heard, and the red short blade exploded directly. The high temperature flames completely engulfed Li Ming, and the entire airspace was covered with flames. Cottrell was stunned when he saw this, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the flames. Gabby frowned, looked at Tizen angrily, and said, "Tizen." After a few seconds, the flames gradually subsided, and Li Ming's body was still surrounded by a golden shield. The flames did not hurt Li Ming at all. Seeing this, Gabby breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to look at Tizen, saying, "Tizen, can't you let him go?" As soon as he said this, Gabby felt a sudden chill on his neck, and Huan Ayu's ice blade suddenly fell on his shoulder. Without waiting for Tizen to say anything, Huan Ayu said, "A traitor is a traitor. You are still thinking about the enemy at this time. I really want to kill you now." As he spoke, the ice blade in his hand moved slightly. Although it was only a slight movement, the sharp ice blade had already cut a bloody mark on Gabby's neck, and blood flowed out of the wound little by little. Li Ming was shocked by this, and moved with it. Li Ming's action showed that he cared about Gabby, but he stopped when he saw that Gabby was only slightly injured. But other people could also see that Li Ming cared about Gabby very much. Zhu Filo said, "Li Ming, hand over the Yi energy, and we can let Gabby go." Li Ming's eyes then looked at Zhu Filo, but soon he looked at the others and said coldly, "I did go to the bottom of the Gyi light, but I can also tell you for sure that there is no Yi energy there. Not only do I not have it." At this point, Li Ming glanced at Cottrell beside him and continued, "He doesn't have it either. Yi energy does not exist," Li Ming said firmly again. As soon as he said this, Zhu Filo's figure floated forward a little. After a cold smile, he said, "It seems that all civilization systems are the same. Energy is the master of life, and the others are just accessories." As he said this, Zhu Filo suddenly waved his right hand, and a blue cube flew out of his hand and hit Gabby. The cube hit Gabby's chest. In an instant, Gabby's chest was transformed into energy, and the physical form was replaced by the blue light. Li Ming's figure couldn't help but move again, and his eyes tightened. "Hand over the Yi energy, Li Ming." Zhu Filo looked at Li Ming coldly and continued. At this time, Cottrell also looked towards Li Ming and whispered, "I don't have any patience. Li Ming, are you giving up?" Li Ming did not move, looking at the people opposite him, then looking at Cottrell beside him. His eyes slowly narrowed, hesitating for a moment, and said, "Cottrell, our cooperation ends here." As soon as these words came out, Li Ming floated directly towards Zhu Filo, staring at him, and said, "There is no Yi energy in Gyi land, and I haven't got Yi energy. If possible, I can exchange Gabby with other items." Zhu Filo sighed slightly, then shook his head and said, "No, I only want Yi energy." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight sound of Z, and Huan Ayu's ice blade directly cut into Gabby's body. Li Ming's eyes suddenly turned. Huan Ayu's expression was as cold as ever, and the ice blade had already cut through Gabby's neck. Blood was constantly flowing, but Gabby was smiling, his eyes fixed on Li Ming. Plop! Gabby's body leaned forward and fell on the platform. Huan Ayu's knife seemed to have not moved from beginning to end, but now Gabby had become a soul under his knife. Li Ming stared at Gabby's body with dull eyes, motionless. And the others also looked at Gabby's body with surprised faces, and sometimes someone looked at Huan Ayu, but Huan Ayu was calm and there was nothing unusual. "Gabby is really dead." This voice came from Cheng Simu behind Li Ming, and at this time Cheng Simu had forgotten his frozen hands, and stared blankly at the platform. Dales beside him was also stunned. Even Tissen's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Li Ming had seen through his wisdom eyes before that Tissen didn't want Gabby to die, so Li Ming was not worried about him. However, Huan Ayu was from the Triangulum Galaxy, and Zhu Filo was also from the Triangulum Galaxy. Gabby was under Huan Ayu's control. Under the threat of these two people, Li Ming had to talk to Zhu Filo. Although Li Ming had done his best and even said that he was willing to trade with other items, the other party remained indifferent. Gabby's death stunned all the members of the Andromeda Galaxy present, and even the Kingu in the air cast a strange look at him. When Gabby was alive, no one seemed to care, but now that he died, it seemed as if something big had happened. Li Ming's emotions at this moment had completely collapsed. It seemed that there was only Gabby in his eyes, and his figure could not help but float over slowly. Coming to the high platform of the metal pillar, Li Ming landed beside Gabby, looking at Gabby's body lying on the ground with his eyes, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Li Ming was so sad that no one could understand him. Only those who knew his experience could understand him. He had entered the universe from the Earth alone, and had gone through hardships to reach the current level of civilization. He was alone, and witnessed all kinds of sinister people. The all-night chat with Gabby was the only time Li Ming opened his heart. In addition, the other party risked his life to save him, which made Li Ming grateful. In this abyss universe, he would cherish such a person. But the current state of things made Li Ming unable to let go. At this moment, a cold breath suddenly approached Li Ming, and the ice blade was already placed on Li Ming's neck. Li Ming was still looking at Gabby's body, and he couldn't help but drop a tear in his eyes. It was not crying, but the pain in his heart suddenly surged, and could not be calmed down. He even forgot the environment he was in, as if Li Ming and Gabby were the only ones left. Cottrell, who was far away, saw this, frowned slightly, and couldn't help whispering, "This idiot." Huanai looked at Li Ming coldly, and the armor on his body continued to release cold air. His right hand clenched the ice knife again, and said disdainfully, "He is just a traitor. This may be his best destination." After saying this, Zufilo, who was not far away, said, "It doesn't matter if he dies. Catch these two people, and you won't be afraid of not finding the Yi energy." As he said this, Zufilo's eyes suddenly looked at Cottrell. At this time, Cottrell's face changed slightly. Obviously, the situation has exceeded expectations. In addition, Li Ming has been killed by others at this time, and may die at any time. If he relies on himself, let alone saving Biggs, it will not be easy to get away. Just when Cottrell was about to use some means, Li Ming gently stroked Gabby's body and whispered, "Friend, have a good journey." After saying this, he suddenly waved his right hand, and the cloak behind him covered Gabby's body with a bang, just like shaking out a piece of cloth. Then a white light flashed, and Gabby's body was put into Hingayan Shang by Li Ming. After doing all this, Li Ming raised his head slightly, and his fierce eyes looked at Huanai like the god of death. The look was not only murderous, but also angry and endlessly sad. Anyone who saw it could feel the sadness and fear in it. Huanai and Li Ming just looked at each other, and the cold face that had never changed suddenly tightened slightly, as if the skin on the face was pulled apart by a force. This look, Huanai couldn't help but say in his heart. Li Ming stared at the other person with his eyes, and his body began to stand up little by little. At this time, the ice knife was still on Li Ming's body. If he stood up like this, even if Huanai didn't use any force, the weight of the ice knife would be enough to cut Li Ming's body. But Li Ming's body suddenly rotated with 3 colors of light: blue light, green light, and the 3 colors of light rotated on Li Ming's body like 3-color armor. The green light formed a shadowy hand at Li Ming's shoulder, which grabbed the ice blade. Even if Li Ming stood up, the ice blade could not hurt him. Li Ming's action of standing up startled Huanai. He had already exerted force with his palm, but he could not suppress it. He frowned slightly, and thought to himself, "What's going on? The ice blade is not controlled by consciousness." At this time, the other people around were also stunned. It was not something that everyone could do to meet the god of war's knife directly. Li Ming looked at Huanai coldly. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, and he snorted. He shook his head slightly and whispered, "You are called the god of war, right?" Chapter 450. Let's be buried together. As soon as Li Ming's cold words came out, the 3-color beams on his body suddenly increased, and the range expanded instantly. The 3-color light revolved around Li Ming like meteors. The beams were all in a phantom state, releasing powerful energy as they rotated, and these were exactly the 3 civilizations in Li Ming's body. The release at this time also showed that Li Ming had completely mastered the 2 abilities of energy control and energy conversion. If he was just Wukong, he might only be able to control the ability of intelligent civilization, but Li Ming also had spiritual civilization and wisdom eyes, which made Li Ming's control of energy extraordinary. Looking at this scene, Huanai's brows suddenly frowned. Without waiting for Huanai to do anything, Li Ming suddenly stretched out his hand towards Huanai and grabbed him hard at the same time. In an instant, the airflow visible to the naked eye began to condense with Huanai as the center. It was as if all the flowing air was no longer blowing like ordinary wind, but quickly gathered to one point with Huanai's body as the center point. It was like compressing the air in a certain airspace, and it was as if Huanai's body had some suction force, causing the surrounding wind and airflow to gather towards him crazily. The airflow was extremely fast. As soon as it reached Huanai, it began to spin around her body like a whirlwind that was close to her body, but this whirlwind was circular and spun around Huanai's body. The airflow formed wind blades, and with its rapid rotation, it was like countless blades constantly rubbing Huanai's body. Under Li Ming's control, Huanai's figure kept floating high into the sky, and the whole person gradually became blurred. In the sky, only the flow of air could be seen, and Huanai's shadow could no longer be seen. Li Ming's right hand was still holding on tightly, and many aliens around him could not help but turn their eyes to the sky. A gray sphere was seen spinning in the air. The entire sphere was irregular. In addition to its own rotation, it also drove the surrounding gas to rotate. Wind blades were seen flying everywhere in the airspace, and no one dared to move forward easily. At this time, Cottrell was also shocked by Li Ming's operation. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said to himself in horror, "This guy actually has such a strong control over energy." As he spoke, his sharp eyes suddenly turned and looked at AI Li below the metal pillar. At this moment, Biggs was still in his hand. His eyes changed, and while the attention of others was diverted, he suddenly exerted force. I saw that the black light curtain suddenly bulged with black bags, like bubbles. After a few seconds, a series of bangs and bang sounds were heard, and the bubbles burst directly, and then figures flew out one by one. These figures were of different sizes and shapes. Some held weapons and had wings. Some were in the form of wild beasts, and some were directly in the form of flying birds. A large number of blacklight monsters appeared and went straight to AI Li below. AI Li was originally attracted by Li Ming's ability, but her consciousness soon realized that something was wrong. She turned her eyes and did not dare to neglect it at all. She grabbed Biggs and flew into the sky. At this time, the other aliens noticed and quickly fought back, and a melee broke out. On one side was the blacklight monster created by Cottrell, and on the other side were the aliens from the three major galaxies. The battle entered a stalemate. Li Ming ignored all this, staring at the windblade vortex ball in the air. His eyes suddenly showed a fierce look, and his right hand clenched violently. Bang! The windblade vortex ball exploded directly, just like a strange force suddenly tore something apart, and the debris and wind and waves scattered. Whoosh! The wind and waves swept past, and everyone's figure was slightly startled, and their clothes and hair were blown messily by the wind. Looking at the sky again at this time, Huanai was still standing in the air, but it was completely different from before. The blue ice armor on his body had completely disappeared, and his real body also appeared. Huanai's body was like a standing crocodile, with a long tail behind him, and his body was covered with strange wild beast scales. Blood kept flowing from his brown flesh, and the whole person was already haggard. Even his face was covered with blood marks, after being cut by the wind blade. Although the wind blade was powerful, Huanai obviously also had strong defensive capabilities. The previous attack was not fatal, but it also caused some physical damage to the opponent. A pair of eyes looked at Li Ming fiercely, and his mouth trembled slightly, constantly revealing sharp teeth. Since the last galaxy war, I have not been forced into this situation. You are the first person, and the last person, Huanai said coldly. While speaking, the blood that was originally flowing on his body suddenly stopped, and all the wounds were directly covered with a layer of frost. The blood and wounds were not healed, but they were completely frozen. He raised his right hand slightly, and the light blue light in his hand began to flicker slightly. The ice blade that had disappeared condensed from the palm of his hand little by little and appeared again. Li Ming looked at the other party coldly and slowly raised his right hand. There was a fiery red bud in his palm, which was taken from the artifact Nirvana by Li Ming. Then he clenched his palm tightly, and suddenly 3 black vines entangled from his hand. These 3 vines intertwined and rolled together like a hemp rope. In a moment, they reached more than 2 meters long and formed a vine sword. Li Ming clenched his right hand, and with a bang, flames suddenly rose. The originally black vines were burning with fierce flames. He raised his eyes slightly, staring at Huanai in the air, and with a force on his feet, His figure flew up. Huanayu in the air, grasped the ice knife tightly, and shouted ah, and flew down. The ice blade and the fire sword instantly merged together. With the two people's body movements, the cold and hot auras continued to fluctuate and dance around. The swords were no longer swords, but like ice and fire, and the bodies of the two people also released energy of the same attributes as the weapons. Only the aura emitted after the energy collision could be seen, and the figures were almost impossible to look directly at. But after only a few rounds, Huanayu had already fallen behind, and the momentum of the flames occupied half of the sky. Huanayu frowned while fighting with all his heart, and the ice blade in his hand kept emitting smoke. It seemed to be the gas evaporated after the compatibility of ice and fire, but it was actually the consumption of energy. Even if we advance to level 1.5 civilization, our strength can't grow so much, Huanayu said to himself. His former god of war style was gone, and he could only retreat under Li Ming's long sword. Bang! A deafening sound rang out, and energy waves spread from the swords. Huanayu's body retreated dozens of meters away, and he was even unable to stand. Looking at Li Ming again, his face was full of resentment, and his cold eyes were full of murderous intent. Zufilo also saw the battle here. After looking around, he flew to Huanayu's side. Although Huanayu was at a disadvantage, he still showed displeasure when he saw Zufilo coming, and whispered, "You don't want to interfere in my battle." Zufilo glanced at him coldly and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. There are already people from the Andromeda galaxy over there. If they defeat Cottrell, they will definitely take away the Yi energy. I will cooperate with you to defeat Li Ming. At least half of the Yi energy will fall into our hands. You should understand what I mean." Huanayu didn't say anything more after hearing this. As a god of war, he naturally didn't want others to interfere, but the current situation was different. He was not able to deal with Li Ming alone. In addition to Zufilo's analysis of Yi energy just now, Huanayu acquiesced. When Li Ming saw the two people gathered together, he smiled and said, "Well, let's solve it together to save trouble." As soon as the voice fell, Li Ming's figure moved and flew towards the two. Seeing Li Ming move, Huanayu tensed up and clenched the ice blade in his hand. Zufilo also raised his right hand and a blue block appeared in his hand. Before the two could do anything, Li Ming suddenly whispered, "Instant light." With a buzz, Li Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Li Ming appeared behind Zufilo. Li Ming's long sword was already in a downward position, and his figure was even closer to the other party. Cut. This word was almost connected to the previous instant light. As the voice fell, the long sword in his hand had already been chopped down, and bang, there was a flash of fire. Zufilo's body flew to the ground like a ball hit by a baseball bat. Boom. The dust flew, and a big pit had been smashed out of the ground. Zufilo's body was lying at the bottom of the pit, trembling slightly, with a look of gnashing teeth on his face, and he was enduring the pain under his tense expression. A long bloody wound had appeared on Zufilo's back. The strange blue armor was cut open by the rattan blade, and the inside was already bloody. This blue armor was indeed powerful. Li Ming's lightsaber couldn't even break it before, but it was broken by the rattan blade. Of course, Li Ming couldn't fully master the power of the artifact. In other words, the bud that Li Ming was using now was just a small branch of the artifact's ability. Even so, Li Ming had not yet fully mastered its ability. Although the power was not fully exerted, the artifact was still an artifact after all. This slash still dealt a heavy blow to Zufilo. The armor on Zufilo and the armor on Huanayu were quite similar. I don't know what material it was made of, but the defense ability was extremely strong. The attack caused by Li Ming's energy volume was not something that the same range or the same level of civilization could resist. Huanayu frowned slightly when he saw this, and his eyes looking at Li Ming also changed subtly. Li Ming glanced at Zufilo below, and when he saw that he had no fighting ability, he suddenly turned his eyes to look at Huanayu. There was anger and murderous intent in his eyes, and Huanayu was stunned by Li Ming's look. "Let the two of you be buried with my friend, which is a redemption for you." As he said this, Li Ming slowly raised the rattan blade in his right hand. At this time, Huanayu's expression was tense, and his whole body couldn't help but shrink back slightly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.